All right, and we are live. I don't know why I have echo, but there we go. I think that's fixed. What's going on, everybody? Hopefully, everybody's doing all right tonight. Just finishing setting up in the backdrop so we get the chat going right and everything else. One of these days, I'm going to have to fix that. What's up, Bubba? What's up, Bina? How are you guys tonight? Got a pair of ugly little sucker cryptids to paint. The Kappa from Japanese myth. Well, Japanese cryptid. And then we have Mapinguari. I want to say his name is Mapinguari. And as much as it looks like a weird ass swamp creature, it's not. It's actually like this mutated sloth thing. I'll get into the descriptions of them. Got pictures for him and all that. But yeah, been a day. Hopefully everybody's day is going well. Anything new with you guys? I'm hanging in there, Beans. You know, another day, no dollars. You know the usual. I've been watching everything going on, like looking for any kind of news stories or anything, that's fun that's happening. And thinking about what stories to tell tonight. How can you be done with summer? You gotta love summer. Summer is like the best time. Well, actually, no, I'm gonna say spring is probably the best time, followed by summer. What's up, bruv? How are you? But yeah, so watching news and everything else, and of course, we all watch the same streams in a lot of cases. And last night, it wasn't covered about Israel did this thing where they put micro amounts of C4 in this pager system because apparently Hezbollah will not use like smartphones. They use because they don't want to be able to be tracked, and you can't tell who's in the terrorist group. So what they did was Israel sponsored and sent them pagers because apparently they use them, and the pagers all had C4 in them. They sent a text, and the pagers all went off and deleted quite a few people. Today, apparently, they also use walkie talkies. So they took out a whole bunch more terrorists by detonating their walkie talkies. Like this is like genius. And also the psychological warfare, just psychologically, what that's going to do. Oh my God, it's a genius play. I'm not going to lie at all. I'm pretty impressed because now it's like anything with a button. Like, hey, can you go heat up this burrito over there in the microwave? I'm not touching any of those buttons. Just think about it. Hey, what time is it? I'm not checking my watch. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Now, apparently, you die by the boom. Like, I would be paranoid of all electronics if I was like on Hezbollah's side in this. It's brilliant. Like, it's honestly a brilliant tactic because it's not like the only ones that have this stuff detonate on them are actual people in, I guess, the terrorist networks. So you're not taking out civilians. They can hide with civilians and everything. It's just still going to take them out. Nobody else around them really. There's a couple of videos out there. They're very gruesome. So just be careful if you go looking them up to see what happened. Like I mean, it's brutal. The other thing that came out, and we're still waiting to see two other little news tidbits while I smoke my cigarette and wait for people to trickle in. And get the painting. So Tim Pool apparently is suing the Kamala Harris campaign for defamation, saying that he's a Trump agent and all this kind of other stuff. And I watched a legal breakdown with with a lawyer that covers a lot of this stuff, especially when it comes to YouTube streamers and what have you. And yeah, Tim Pool had, I guess, Laura Loomer on his show, and Tim Pool went into how they need to prosecute and go basically by the law. Now, Tim Pool is famously very anti death penalty, admittedly so, 110% anti death penalty. He said it over and over again, no matter how egregious crime, because he doesn't believe the government has a right to end the life of somebody, no matter what. Well, Laura Loomer said, after he goes through how all these people in the media and anybody that was in on it and covering up stuff and everything else needs to be jailed, she said they need to be executed basically for treason. Well, Tim Pool cut his feed, deleted the video, the whole 9 yards right then and there, apparently. And then Kamala Harris ran a campaign ad with this little snippet in it, like on, I guess, Twitter. So Tim Pool's suing her for that. I don't think he's going to win. I really don't think he's going to win this case, but it's still just hysterical. Let's see what else is going on. What else? What other funny stuff have we heard lately? Oh, ABC. So apparently there is an affidavit signed by an insider at NBC who works on the technical side. So he's not like one of the anchors or any of this stuff, but he went and sent an affidavit 2 days before the presidential debate and said, here's how the debate's going to go down, basically. They're going to fact check Trump. They're not going to fact check Harris because Harris's campaign wouldn't agree to the debate without this stipulation in there. They're not going to press her on this. They're not going to bring up these topics when it comes to her, this kind of thing. And everything he said in that affidavit pretty much came to pass. So it's going to be interesting to see where that goes. Like, if that affidavit is true, when you sign one of those, you're basically like, hey, I'm telling you the truth, or you can lock me up in jail. So it's a good possibility. It's real. It'll be interesting to see if everybody thinks that debate was kind of uneven or fixed. But if you have actual proof of it, it'll be unreal because apparently there's recordings of Harris's campaign talking with the moderators and with the people at ABC. Now, before I get to painting, I'm still smoking my cigarette, loosening up a little bit. I got a question for you guys. And I'm specifically posing this question because my pal Bubba is actually watching. He's in the chat. His internet is a little wacky, so it cuts in and out. But now here's my question for you. You're walking down your stairs, right? From the second floor to the first floor. There's a banister. You trip, you fall. You go through the banister from the top of the stairs. Part of the banister breaks off like one of the little spokes and sticks in your gut, and you hit the ground. What is the one thing that you wouldn't do? What is the one thing that, you've got this piece of wood sticking out of you? What would be the dumbest thing you could do? What would be the one thing you wouldn't do? I just want to see it, like, because the first thing this person supposedly did was this, and then it took them 20 minutes to call the hospital. So you got Bina, Danny, you're saying pull it out. Right. You never pull something like that out. And the reason why is because you bleed out. You don't know what damage, you don't know what's broken off in you. What's up, Frogzilla? Yeah. See, pulling out is never a good idea. Well, that's how I got my first daughter, so Anyway, yeah. So this idiot tried to tell us that he fell down a banister from the second floor to the first floor. And then, like he's goddamn John Rambo or something, pulls the fucking piece of wood out of himself. And, like, I swear to God, if he had followed up the story with he ripped the tip off a bullet, poured the gunpowder in there, and lit it on fire to seal the wound, that's kind of how believable this story is. It's the same thing with, let's say you get jacked up, right? Like you're sick, you're coughing up blood. They take you in the hospital and they don't run any tests on you to see what's wrong. Instead, you say, I just want to leave. Well, the hospital actually let you leave. That is the question. What's going on, mister? No, it's not going to be an angsty one. It's the whole thing is, the one thing I despise more than most things is liars. Like it's fine if you want to exaggerate, but don't full on lie to me. And not after I've known you for like 30 years and you're full of shit. Like you turn out to be full of shit. The hospital can't keep you. That's what you think? The hospital can keep you. Even if you sign a limited waiver of liability, by law, they must treat whatever injury you have. You would think it's like TV or the movies where you can just like walk out of there. That's not how that really works. They have to treat you. They're at least going to give you, like treat whatever's wrong with you, run whatever test, and then send you on your way. But yeah, that's so to flash back in time, the same person that has told us, me and my pal Bubba, these stories, this same person told Bubba and myself 20 years ago that he had stage 4 prostate and lung cancer and that he was undergoing chemotherapy for it and we'd never see him again. Yeah, the percentage that he would actually still exist on this plane of Earth today is like next to none. They will not send you out if you walk in coughing up blood, everything else, and you're fighting with them. They will keep you there. They will because the whole thing is your doctor's license is attached to it. So they can pull your license for that. Yeah, well, I mean, all right, yeah, plane of Earth. Not you know, look, different planes of reality. There are, like if you're religious and you believe in heaven, that would be a different plane. Earth would be this plane. Like, um, you can interchange that word, I'd say, with realm. But I've got two little guys here to paint tonight. Which one do you think I should start with? Should I start with the Kappa? What the hell is that thing autofocusing on? Pissing me off. Focus on the Kappa. So I've got the Kappa, which is a Japanese turtle cryptid, and the Mapinguari, I want to say is it's called. Entertain us. Yeah, you want the ent, huh? Do you guys want me to do the ent instead? That it's going to be a pain in the ass. I'll pull them out. I just wasn't sure which, but I can pull out the ent right now and we can paint him instead. Your call. I'll let chat decide. No problem, Beans. I've been playing with the damn thing, trying to get it to zoom correctly and all that. It's still a little off, but it's getting there. All right. Mr. Wants the Ent. Beans, what do you think? Danny, what do you think? Frogzilla, what do you think? Bubs, if you're still there, what do you think? Yeah, that's the other thing. Setting the camera to the side, that's another one that I've got to work on. I'm probably going to look at getting a second camera so I can do two angles at the same time. Those are some famous last words, Beans. Your opinion does matter. This is actual democracy in action right here. Your vote does count. You're playing WoW. So you're saying this guy, the Mapinguari, the one on the left. Yeah, I know, Danny. I'm sorry for that. Okay, Manipagari it is. Or I think that's how you say his damn name. Mapinguari. That's what the bad boy looks like, apparently. Descriptions of it. So, what are we looking at? We're looking at some browns. We're looking at, oh, you guys can't see what I'm seeing. There we go. That's better. We're looking at some browns. We're looking at, looks like these are actually claws, not tendrils. I'm going to say the way they designed this, because it's actually a Brazilian cryptid. I mean, of course, we got the teeth in the center and the eyeball up top. But this is all more like a fur. But if you guys can see, I'm going to say those are, they look more like vines than they do fur. But I'll paint them like they're fur. All except for, I guess, his nether regions. That looks more like a belt to me. So whoever designed this particular 3D print went more off of a Dungeons and Dragons / World of Warcraft type style. I mean, we've definitely got some little detail in here. And he does have the one eyeball up top. And best way to do this, when I'm not sure, and I just want to make sure, let's read a little history up on this cryptid. See what they got. Let's see. Mapinguari. All right, let's go see what his Wikipedia says. I mean, that's an interesting picture right there. I don't know why the autofocus isn't kicking in on the camera. Might have to mess with that. All right. Mapinguari, also called the Juma, are mythical, monstrous jungle-dwelling spirits from Brazilian folklore said to protect the Amazon rainforest and its animals. There are various depictions of the Mapinguari. Prior to 1933, traditional folklore described it as a former human shaman turned into a hairy humanoid cyclops. This version is often said to have a gaping mouth on its abdomen, which this one does, with its feet turned backwards. Those look like some normal ass feet, unfortunately. They don't look like they're backwards. Creatures with such feet, which confuse those trying to track it, are found in folklore around the world. In the latter half of the 20th century, some cryptozoologists speculated Mapinguari might be an unknown primate akin to Bigfoot. So the thought is it's actually a monkey, I guess. He doesn't look very monkeyish to me. Others claim it is a modern day sighting of a giant ground sloth, an animal estimated to have gone extinct at the end of the late Pleistocene. I think I said that right, but if I didn't, fuck it. These later descriptions may have attributed to David C. Oren, an ornithologist who heard stories of the creature and hypothesized they might be extinct sloths. This was met by criticisms by scientists at the time, but an article Oren published in 1993 was picked up by a major newspaper despite no evidence. Skeptics point out there have not been any fossil records of ground sloths for thousands of years. 2023 academic study of the 95 discovery of giant sloth bones modified into primordial pendants suggested that humans lived in the Americas contemporaneous with the giant sloth, specifically that it may have served as inspiration for the Mapinguari, a mythical beast that in Amazonian legend had the nasty habit of twisting off the heads of humans and devouring them. Yeah, I'd say those hands, if they got a hold of your head, probably pop it off like a Pez dispenser. All right, so thing that has a bent or crooked foot or paw. And reference to Mapinguari occurs in the 2020 animated film The Red Scroll during the final scene when the character Whoopa transforms into a giant sloth monster. So we're looking at a giant sloth. So yep, yeah, that's its history. That's what we're looking at. So I'm going to say that the picture I've selected is pretty much how I'm going to have to paint it. Now, we all know how slow sloths are, so I think you could get away from this thing before it could actually get a hold of you, to be honest. Okay. So we are going browns. Got to get some white. I think we'll do hot pink into a red transition for the tongue to give it that freaky look with a little dark red in there. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with that damn eyeball. Maybe I'll go to a yellow. I just got a message, mister. You said something about the Android. That was my tablet. It just, one of my YouTube alerts just came up while I was using it. And it basically was telling me that D-Day Cobra went live. He covers all he covers really is just Trump. Like I've got some that just cover Kamala. I've got some that cover Trump. I listen to both sides of the argument, so I get all kinds of notifications all goddamn day. Danny, yeah, if you want to come to America, the easiest way is you tell them you were sold into adult content slavery and come right through the southern border. It's pretty much wide open. They'll fly you wherever you want to go. You can go live with Beans. Better yet, go live with Mister. You can water his plants when he has to go to work. All right. Oh God, I'm just throwing stuff now. So let's see. We'll go to the browns. Figure out what our undercoat's going to be. Oh, God. That wasn't good. I got to try and sneak my hand down before that falls. And of course, I fucked it up worse. All right. Let's see. Is that all my browns? Except for the one I dropped all the way to the ground, which is probably the one that I'm going to end up wanting. Kamala has a lot of arguments. She's not Trump. Oh. Bina's going to put you up in the spare bedroom. You guys are like working out this plan. Although be careful. You never know who's listening and who's watching. So all you need is like a Fed watching this and being like, oh, they're planning on doing immigration fraud. Fortunately for you, Danny, you can claim, because I think your heritage goes back to Spain, that you're actually Hispanic. A war is not coming soon. There won't be a war. Not the way people think. I hate that logic that everything turns into everybody killing each other, and that's not how that's going to work out. Cooler heads will prevail given time, but only if people are willing to listen to one another. There we go. Oh, they're for entertainment purposes only. Well, I'm entertained. So I guess we'll base coat this with a dark ass brown. Kappa is going to be a lot like the Squirtle, I think, when I paint it, except for instead of blue, it's green. I think the shell will come out better with a brown on it, even though I think the picture of it has it depicted with a green shell. Dude, yeah, Bina would love the company. Are you serious? It's lonely being Beans. And if you really want to be a good friend, Danny, you'll kidnap Henry Cavill and bring him with you. Beans will let you live there for rent-free for that one. Yes, I have looked into the phone call thingy. Have tried unsuccessfully to set it up. It's just going to take a little bit more research on my part. But as I always say, laziness is one of my superpowers. So when you got that going on, it's like, it failed. I'll try it later. And then a week later, you're like, shit. I should have said I should have looked into it more. I had the time. I'm just being lazy. I think you just want to call in Beans and like start yelling in 5 different languages, 6 different languages, whatever it is. Which never thought we'd have need for a protocol droid, but there we are watching something and somebody said something in German. You were the only one who could translate it. All right, let's get a little brown on you, see what we're looking at. Oh, that's a dookie brown right there. That's I ate some peanut butter for breakfast brown. I don't have enough vegetables in my gut brown. Because of this level of brown, I'm actually half tempted to fire up the old airbrush and just fire this stuff on. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of uneven coated. I think I will fire up the airbrush for this one. Like that. That paint, she don't stick right. Definitely looks a little off. Maybe not. Let that spot dry real quick and then we'll take a look. So, yeah, audio recordings on Discord. I thought about that one too. And I can try. The only thing is, I don't know. The problem with Discord is this: when I switch over to it, like today, I couldn't get my camera fired up and couldn't figure out what was wrong until I shut down Discord. Discord, for some reason, I'm going to have to block it in one of my settings so it doesn't access my camera. Oof. All right, hold on. Let me see because I have the stream up on the side on one of my tablets. Let me see. That's okay. So the stream's still going. You guys can still hear me. Everything sounds good, right? Everything's 5 by 5. Send me a test message, Danny, on Discord. Just type something into Discord real quick, or do your voice in Discord, and I'll try playing it. Because right now I'm looking at Discord, but you guys can't hear it or can't see it. So I want to see what happens when you send it through. Right, my story is back in the day, you damn Americans threw all me tea into the sea. I want me tea back, or the taxes for it, and because of the hardships my family has faced, you must pay me back tenfold. All right, so like I can tell you tagged me. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see.
And because of the Hello, hello. Can anybody hear me?
All right, let's see if you guys could hear that. Can you guys hear that? If so, give me a yay, nay in the chat, please. Oh yeah, okay, so you guys could hear old Danny. All right, Danny, you send away the sound files. I can play them right through the damn speaker. I don't know if they're blowing out people's eardrums or what, but yeah. Yeah. That is a way of doing it. And it doesn't seem to be throwing my camera off. Oh no, wait. Let me see. If I can see my damn brush moving back and forth in the camera in a second. Yep. Okay, good. You're good. Go ahead, man. What story did you want to share? And remember, certain British words are not allowed on YouTube. Like calling someone a see you next Tuesday, like you cheeky see you next Tuesday, if you understand what I mean. So you can go with your language, but keep some of it curbed. And if anybody else wants to do that on our Discord, you can too. You can absolutely chip in now, I guess. It's cool.
I don't know why I did a British accent. I am British.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, that speaks volumes. I mean, it's definitely going to be like a talking to a man on the moon kind of situation here because of the delay between me hearing it, playing it, and responding to it. But it works. We can get away with it. Beans is trying out the general chat thing. The only thing is, I think that channel, I would have to join the channel. Hold on. Let me see if this might throw shit off. So we'll try. No, no, the voice channel does not work. So the voice channel doesn't work, unfortunately. Doing a raid finder, nice. Good stuff. Good stuff, Frog. Oh yeah, this thing is not going to absorb like normal. Don't look like. But that's okay. It's just the base coat for the overlay. Get the darker fur in. So we can go to the lighter furs. Oh wait, Bina has something to say. Let's see what you have to say, Bina.
Just wanted to say hello. Hi.
Beans, you don't sound like you got a fucked up voice. You said you had a fucked up voice. I expected you to call up and be like, du hast. Either that or else I expect you to call up and be like,
Hi, what's going on? My name's Bina.
but that's cool. So, kind of a way of chatting back and forth. Uh-oh. I think I'm going to get yelled at.
My name is Sabrina. How you doing?
There you go. Yeah, they're sending me the messages through Discord, and I can play voice through it without interrupting stream apparently, so that's kind of cool. That's what's going on there, Frog. I can't believe World of Warcraft even still exists. Be honest with you. I thought that thing went away for some reason. Or didn't they put out like a classic version of it or something? No, you're fine, Frog. You're all good.
Just wanted to say hello. Hi.
Wait, wasn't it the same? What the fuck? I swear I just saw another one pop up, but it was the same one twice. Delay in the Discord feed. I'm just waiting for Danny to come out with his story or ask the question or whatever. You guys can ask me questions too. That way, that's actually very handy if you don't feel like typing for 20 minutes. Very nice. Yeah, the classic is I don't know. I stopped playing Warcraft. What was the second one? What was the second update that came out? Like the first update was green, and I played a little of that. And then it went to, was it Lich King or something like this? I can't remember it, and that's when I stopped playing. I was like, yeah, they're just going to keep doing expansions. They're going to keep adding gear. They do that with damn near everything nowadays, though, I think. The Lich King. What was it? I don't want to say it's the Witch King. I want to say it's the Lich King. I just know I sold a shit ton of them when I was running the GameStop back in the day. Yep, there you go. Burning Crusade was the one I played. And then Lich King was the one that, well, when they announced Lich King was coming out, that's when I stopped. Then they did like Kung Fu Panda or whatever. I know that. I know my son was like ranked in that shit pretty high at one point. And then when we bought the house and moved, they didn't have high speed internet out here. Actually, the first 7 years I lived here, they didn't have high speed internet at all. So we were actually on DSL, and he just was like, yeah, it's impossible to play. Which is kind of good because then he, ended up with a girlfriend and stuff. All right, Danny, let's see what you got to say.
Just waiting for Danny. All right, quick story. I'll try to be as quick as I can. So the other day, I was walking my dog Teddy about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night with my friends because I was walking him back home. And we nearly bumped into a couple of lads on their bikes, two young guys on their bike, and they had a XL bully off the lead with no muzzle running in the middle of the road. And fortunately for us, they didn't see us. Well, the guys saw us, but the dog didn't see us. They turned right and they went kind of run the other way. Now, as you guys know, we can't really carry any weapons on us over here. Although I do carry a 3-inch Swiss Army knife on myself, and it is legal to carry a 3-inch knife. Anything over 3 inches is considered legal, but obviously I can't use the knife that I have on me, or I can't threaten to use it. But again, situations like that, it's extremely frustrating because that situation that happened to me the other day, it could have gone really badly. Because XL bully is extremely dangerous, and the two guys didn't exactly seem like they had control of the dog, or obviously because it was off the lead and it had no muzzle. And even if they tried to command the dog, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have listened to them. So, I could have most likely the other day had to put down an XL bully with my knife, if it tried to run over and attack my dog. But fortunately it didn't. But this is the problem we have over here is, our government enforces all these laws, because XL bullies, they're meant to be on the lead at all times. They're meant to be muzzled at all times when they're outside in public. But people like this don't follow the laws, and these kind of guys have most likely got big knives on them as well. Just wanted to get you guys' thoughts on that. But yeah, that's just a quick story.
That's actually an excellent story. And I will tell you this, Danny. Down here, I have the same problem. So, really, in America, particularly where I live, not so much the people. I have people that breed bullies, pit bulls, XL bullies all the time, and my dog is actually part. We found out was part pit bull as well. He actually doesn't like other dogs, and I worry about that when I go out to walk him because irresponsible pet owners down here just let their dogs roam. I've seen them in the ditch where they've been hit by cars, unfortunately, because they don't care about them. I've seen them where they they mistreat them and treat them like they're a puppy mill and pop out the puppies and sell the puppies, stuff like this. I haven't seen anything to do with dog fighting down here. If I did, yeah, that would be an issue with me. But I can definitely see where you're coming from, because all it would have taken is for that dog to latch onto your dog. And I've seen it before. I've seen video where actual animal control has gone out and that bully latches on and they do this thing where their jaws lock, like they can lock their jaw in place. So it would have taken down your dog. Trying to kill it with that knife, or, delete it with that knife, I guess we should say, it's damn near impossible. Like, I watched these animal control put 2 rounds close range into this XL bully's head, and the thing was still latched on to the animal control agent's arm, like still wouldn't let go. But yeah, that right there, that's that bullshit. It's not the dog's fault, it's the owner's fault. And if an owner can't control their pet, they should not have that pet. It should not be off a leash. It should not be running around. Say, like, you weren't out there with your dog. Let's say you were out there, you're a woman, just a typical woman, a mother, and you're walking and you've got your baby in the crib. The reason why pit bulls will take out babies and stuff like that when their owners leave the baby unattended with the dog is because a baby's squeal or sounds just like a squeaky toy to that dog. They don't know any better, and once they bite and they get that taste for blood, it's over. The dog is irreversibly changed. Like, you can't fix it. You can't say, oh, well, it only happened the one time. No, it's going to happen forever after that point, because you get the same thing even with huskies, unfortunately, where if the dog gets a taste of blood, something in its primitive instinct kicks in that canine instinct, and it reverts it in a way. But yeah, I'm happy that you got away. I'm happy that, you didn't have to do that and your dog's safe and everything else. But I think, what do they call cops over there? Bobbies or something? You couldn't find one and say, hey, look, man, these 2 blokes over there are walking around with their dog off a leash. Can you do something about that? Or would they just look at you like they had 6 heads, like you had 6 heads? Like, what do you want us to do about it? Because they're probably piss poor and scared of that dog too. I mean, I can speak now from a little bit of experience. Not all XL bullies are vicious, but I wouldn't. It's also like saying that gun isn't dangerous because I've got the safety on. And if you take the safety off the gun and you have a round in the chamber and you start tossing it in the air, it may not go off, but it may just go off. And you have to look at that type of dog, unfortunately, that breed of dog, in the same light. And yeah, those people should not own a dog, and they should definitely face some kind of consequence, legal consequence for that. Like, at the very least, a ticket, at the very worst, they lose their dog. What's up, alien? Okay, very cool, Danny. Um, but yeah, I don't like it, man. Like, I just I don't understand, and I will never understand, because there's times where I go walk my dog at night and I can hear dogs crying and it's freezing out, and their owners leave them outside and they do feed them, they do water them, everything else, but they don't really care. They're not thinking like, hey, if I was left outside in this shit, how would I feel? How would that make me feel about things? And it's like, my dog's like my family. Like, he sleeps next to me every night. He's like a toddler. I got to spank his ass sometimes when he's mean or he gets out of hand. Like, I don't beat my dog and hurt him, but I do correct him. I never hit him in the face. I don't want him getting that, oh, I can take it, nothing like this, like nothing abusive. but I will spank his ass. Like, he bit through my pant leg the other day playing around. Like, not even thinking. Like, he bit. If it had been my leg, I would have been in the hospital. And he got his little butt beat for that and told, don't you ever do that. And, all, like corrected on the spot. But I also wouldn't let this animal off the leash to go run around because I don't know how much damage, especially if he got a hold of a person, he would actually do. He's got, like, I call him a sharkigator. I'm not going to lie. His teeth in the back are serrated like a pit bull's, but up front, because he's, I think, 5% wolf in him, he's got like these oversized fangs up front. And so he can shred and chomp at the same time. Like, it's scary. If he was really like an ill-tempered dog, I'd be in trouble. Fortunately, he's sweet at this point in his life. But I still always never forget I have basically a loaded weapon with me at all times. And even though he's friendly, that friendliness could change to anger in a moment. And I have to be ready to take him out because, especially with pit bulls, there's no warning. They don't like roar and growl and all that. They just go, they calm, cool, and collected and just latch. Frogzilla. It was that good of a combo. Apparently, now he's focusing on the conversation. Either that or else maybe there wasn't a raid happening right now. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like right now, you've got this unfortunate focus going on in Springfield, Ohio, because of Trump saying they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Now, they still haven't proven that they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. In their home country of Brazil, yes, they absolutely do eat cats. They call them rooftop rabbits, is what they call them. Okay, stuff like this. But Springfield, Ohio, in particular, every video I've seen out of it, they say they've taken out their ducks and their geese out of the local pond and eaten them. Nobody can confirm or deny, or like say, oh, well, yeah, they're eating the cats too. They can assume that, but nobody has any empirical evidence. There are other cases, though, and they're not in Springfield, Ohio, where there was a woman. She was actually American, African American female, and she was cooking cats out in like her front yard and eating them or some shit. And then there's 2 or 3 others, but they're all in Ohio. They're just not in that town. Too many. Yeah, yep. You're not wrong, Frog. There are too many people down here in South Carolina, and they can't drive worth a shit. Like they can't drive worth a shit. I thought like Pennsylvania drivers were bad. When I lived in New Jersey, New York drivers I thought were decent, but like they do crazy shit. Like they want to go 0 to 100 for 5 seconds and then immediately jam their brakes. No, you're right. Exactly, Bina. That woman that they showed was absolutely not in Springfield. But that's the big thing is because Trump said Springfield in particular, that's where all the fact checkers are going nuts over it. Instead, what he should have said was, look, you have Springfield, Ohio, had a population of 60,000 and they put 27,000 or 20,000 or whatever it is immigrants in there and they've overrun the town. You can fact check that shit is true. And you can watch the town council meetings where they're like, yeah, this is fucked up. But when you go, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, everybody's like, what the fuck? Since I'm tall and fat. I see you, Danny. All right, let's see what Danny's response is.
Yeah, no, I agree 100% what you've been saying. And look, it's not the dog's fault at the end of the day. You know, the dog doesn't know any better. You know, so you know, obviously in scenarios like that, I don't want to have to, you know, put an innocent dog down. I mean, I don't. It'd be difficult living with that. But again, I've got my dog to protect, and you know, my dog's a small cockapoo, so it would get absolutely torn apart by a dog like that. And you know, and the thing is, you know, sometimes, you know, when you you know, most of the time I always look at the dog owner first. You know, if I see a dog like that, I'll generally look at the dog owner to see how they are as a person. And most of the time, you can kind of tell if the owner's not really up, you know, not really there, you know, not really sort of a particularly great person. Most likely, the dog's going to be, you know, is not going to be great either. It's going to be, you know, it's going to be it's going to misbehave. It's going to obviously not be socialized. Not going to be trained properly, and obviously, which could lead to it being extremely dangerous. And that's the thing with big, powerful dogs like that, is they have to be trained. They have to be socialized, because they are dangerous weapons, and they have put humans down, and they have put dogs down easily. So that's why they have to be on the lead, and they have to be muzzled at all times when they're in public, because there's been too many occasions now where they have killed other dogs and human beings. And who knows, that night the dog might have run over. It might have been a lovely dog, really friendly. It might have run over just to say hi to Teddy. But Teddy obviously might have been a bit frightened. He might have reacted negatively. He might have barked at the dog or whatever. And then that dog could have taken it as a threat and then took a chunk out of Teddy, and that would have been it. It would have been dead. And I know my little knife, you know, maybe it wouldn't have killed the dog. But look, man, I've got to try my best. I'm going to have to, you know, do whatever I can to save my dog's life. And obviously, I can't carry like a big Rambo knife with me, can I? Because, you know, if I do get stopped and searched, you know, I will go to prison for, you know, and I can't afford to do that. So I'm trying to stay within the law by carrying a 3-inch knife. But at the same time, you know, in scenarios like that, hopefully it will help. And but again, you know, it's these people. They don't care about rules. They don't care about laws. They do whatever they want. They get these dogs so they can intimidate people, and they just couldn't care about the surroundings, about the environment. They just don't care about anyone else apart from themselves. These are the type of people we're dealing with on these streets.
All right. I agree with you. I agree with you 110%. I mean, he gets a hold of that dog, could have come over. Your dog could have gotten defensive and could have hurt your dog. And like, honestly, you're right. In that case, that type of dog would take your dog out in a second. And it really would have been the other guy's fault. Does that bring your dog back to life or make you, you know, okay, maybe it makes them liable for that dog's medical bills? Why should your dog have to go through that punishment? It shouldn't. It shouldn't. That's not your doing. Reality is, like I was saying, the best bet, and the only thing I can say is that it shouldn't happen. Everything else, that's not going to change the scenario. You're still going to be walking down the street. You're still going to see that dog. Everything else, with that little pocket knife, my best advice to you would be to take out both of the dog's eyes. Not going to lie, it wouldn't save your dog, but you could take out both its eyes. Bam, bam, 1, 2, with a little knife like that. The other part of it is, you know, have you ever thought about becoming a Bobby or a cop yourself? Since you see this stuff going on, since you see this lawlessness, everything else, why not? And you think you can affect it, you know, change in there. You want to see people obey the law, and you play everything by the letter of the law. Why not I don't know what the schooling is like over there for becoming a cop. Over here, I know you have to go to academy, you have to do a whole bunch of stuff, and I'll get into why I know that in a minute. And I'll actually go into one of my friend's stories that I can't even call him my friend. He's actually like my brother. Um, I just the other part of it is this. I don't know if this is legal over there. Anywhere you go, carry a baseball bat and carry a glove and a ball. Like, just, I don't care if you glue the glove into the ball and hang it from your belt loop. But then you can say, oh, I was playing baseball with me mates. Maybe even actually you're over in England, so a cricket bat. But that would be a way more effective thing that you could carry that's legal, that you can do a lot of damage with, and you can actually come up with an excuse on the fly of, oh, well, I was just out to playing cricket with me mates and me dog was needed a walking. Yeah, and I mean, I agree. You're right. You don't want to have to lead a dog. You don't. It is the owner's fault. But what are they going to do? Like, you know what I mean? By the time it happens, it's the same reason why in America, especially if you're rural, like I'm out in the woods, you definitely want to own a gun. Because somebody breaks into my house, I call let's say somebody's breaking into my house right now. I grab my cell phone, I dial the police, I say, hey, somebody's breaking into my house, get here quick. It's going to be like 10, 15 minutes before they get here. If I don't have a gun, they do. I'm pretty much dead, but they're just going to show up with the coroner. But I'll tell you what, if I pick up my phone and say, hey, some dumbass is kicking in my door right now, I'm sorry, but listen to this, plow, plow, send the coroner, that's a whole different scenario. I just, I don't know. I mean, my personal story with my friend becoming a cop. And honestly, he is one of those guys who plays by the numbers and who isn't one of these bullshit cops that's, oh, I do rogue things and I'm cool like that. He became a cop because he grew up and I can't say his damn last name either, not on a stream, but he looks a lot like a miniaturized version of Jean-Claude Van Damme, I'm not going to lie. And I'll just I'll just say his first name, Mike. And Mike, he grew up in Camden in a very bad section where gunshots would go off all hours of the day, night, everything else. He'd step over the crack vials and the syringe needles just to avoid the person that was passed out, all coked out of their gourd on the ground next to him. And he literally worked for me for a while. He started off, he went into the Department of Corrections because he wanted to see if he could even handle the shit that he was going to have to deal with. And then decided to become a cop. I fully supported him through the whole thing. And Camden, at that point in time, was considered murder capital of the world for, I think, 5 years in a row. And he literally became a cop because he didn't want some other kid to go through what he went through growing up. He wanted to clean it up. And he was a good goddamn cop. But the unfortunate part of Camden was because it was murder capital of the year 5 years in a row. When he went to the academy and was like, yeah, I'm going into Camden, they flat out told him, look, most people, when they're trained in firearms and everything else, it's if you have to ever pull your gun. His training officer told him, it's here, it's not if, it's when. You will pull your gun, you will have to use it. And he's had to in the line of duty a couple times. But he got into it for the right reason. He got into it because he actually wanted to make a difference, and he did uphold the law. So I don't know if that resonates with you at all, Danny. But if you really feel strongly that everything's gone to pot and everything is bad, shit, is my stream even still going? Let me see. If I don't see my hand, then all that. Okay, yeah, my stream's still going. Um, but if you really feel that strongly, I would look into becoming a police officer. I'm not going to lie a little bit. But yeah, I mean, if you want to, ooh, that's weird. I just realized. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm ranting and raving or going off or whatever, but and I wish I could correct that shit. Like, I really wish people did treat their dogs. Everybody treated their dog because your dog. I think I've said this before in a different stream. When it comes to dogs, cats, whatever type of pet you have, they're part of your life, and they're part of your life for, if you're lucky, up to 20 years. You are their entire life. That entire 20 years, that was their full lifespan. So why not treat it like it's a person and everything else? And if you have a dog that's oversized and everything else, there's nothing wrong with that. But just make sure that you treat it like it can be dangerous. If this thing gets a hold of a child, it could be dangerous. If it gets a hold of a person, could be dangerous. If it gets a hold of another animal, could be dangerous. Have some goddamn common sense and responsibility, I guess. And Donnie is sending another reply. Did you want to say anything, Beans? You have a story to share too, Lass? Where the hell is Devin tonight? He's been busy, I guess. You know what? I was thinking about going to the coffee next. I think I'm actually going to go to the nutmeg and then to the coffee. Go to the nutmeg first. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm going to dilute it a little. Go to the nutmeg first. And, then I'll layer on that, well, actually I think I'll go to nutmeg, then this earthy okra, and then I'll go to the other, and we'll go from there. Yeah, I don't know. Things happen in the moment, and unfortunately, no matter what you try to do or how you try to do it, it's that split second decision. Like, and even I wish I could tell you, like, oh, you could have just picked up your dog and ran, but you never know. You never know at that point. Say the other dog grabs a hold of your leg. What do you do at that point? You're screwed. Because now you're down and bleeding. Your dog's still going to get hurt. Everybody's upset. And to be honest with you, if they were like scumbag looking people, you know you're not going to get a dime out of them if you sue them. I knew a guy once. He went day drinking at a bar, and he was driving home drunk. And no, it wasn't me or any of my close friends. It was just some dude that I knew from the bar. And was swerving. He swerved head on in a minivan and deleted two of the people in the minivan and didn't get charged. And the reason why is because the people in the minivan were illegal. I always thought that was a fucked up story. I'm like, dude, not only do you have to live with that knowledge for the rest of your life, you accidentally deleted someone because you couldn't have the good sense not to drive drunk, but you're going to just walk on this because their citizenship. That was, it's kind of fucking shady all around, I'm not going to lie. Let's check and see if Danny has sent a reply. I just realized this too. I have to make sure that I click back on the one screen with YouTube, otherwise your chat goes away. All right, Gov, here we go. Bruv.
Yeah, so let me just quickly go into the police over here. So as far as I know of our police force over here, it's become quite like liberalised. I think back in the day, especially in my parents' day, I think a lot of the police were like they had sort of military background and army background, and they kind of had a no nonsense approach. They'd be you'd call them bobbies on the beat, which meant like police officers on patrolling the streets. They have relationships with the community. You'd know who they are. They would stamp out crime on the spot, and they would because people would see them always about. You'd be less likely to actually commit crimes because there'd be police on the street roaming the streets and stuff. Now we haven't had that here for a long time. And I think now the police, in order to actually join the police and to be a police officer, I think you actually have to have a degree. You have to go to university and actually get a degree and stuff like that. So I think a lot of the police force now are quite liberal, and especially with our government now of Keir Starmer, I think the police force, their balls have just been chopped off. I don't think they're really allowed to really do anything anymore. I mean, you hardly see police on the street now, or actually, no, you don't at all. You barely see police driving past in their cars. I mean, 100%. Next time I actually see a police officer, I will stop them and I will talk to them about that scenario. And because again, it's okay the government coming up with all these laws. You can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this. But then, how are you enforcing that law? How are they enforcing the ex-old bully law? The only way you can enforce it is to get more police on the street and to actually give them the confidence of actually like, no, if you see this happen on the street, if you see people doing this, you go up to them, you arrest them, you do everything in your power. We're actually going to, stop being all liberal and all this sort of, oh, you have to speak to them nicely. No, if people like that are taking the piss, then you have to put them in their place. It's that simple. The only language these people understand is violence. At least in my opinion, they don't want to talk to you. They don't want to debate with you. They don't care about your laws. The only thing they understand is violence. You have to get up in their face and you have to be violent. You have to be aggressive. That's the only way they'll listen to you. So yeah, that's just for that. I mean, obviously, again, I'm not going to be able to ever join the police force because because of the government that's in charge, and I would end up getting fired because I'll probably take a situation too far, and I'd probably get fired from the police force. Well, in their perspective, I would have taken it too far, but in reality, I don't think I would have taken it too far. I probably would have done what needed to be done in that situation, but I guess their opinions would differ on that. But yeah, that's just my opinion on that, really.
So, you're not wrong. I could never be a police officer. There would be no way, because there would be certain scenarios where my temper would get the better of me. So, knowing that about yourself, that's a very good thing, because you don't want to spend the rest of your life behind bars for some scumbag that you lost your temper on. You banged them out and everything else, and then we see you on the 6 o'clock news, and there's a whole parade burning down all the cities of like London and stuff over there. So I can't blame you on that one. I mean, there are good cops, there are bad cops. That's just that's every profession. Doesn't matter. But a lot of it comes down to knowing what your temperament is, what you're willing to put up with, and what you're willing not to put up with. And it is a goddamn shame because we had the same thing over here where there were these scumbag asshole cops, but they're also really, really good cops. And unfortunately, they all got lumped in together at one point in time. And it was like, why? You know, not every cop is out there to get you because of the color of your skin. Some of them are just scumbags. And you're not wrong either, where the whole thing is if you take an oath to uphold the law and you take that oath seriously, like you're like, yes, I take this super serious. I'm going to uphold the law no matter what, or what have you. And then you're watching how they're letting them go. Or they lock them up, put them in jail. And then, like over here, we have where the AGs are letting people out of jail. Like, oh, well, you know what? It wasn't that bad of an offense. Go ahead, go home. We're not going to prosecute you. Like, how do you think that makes the cop feel? Like, is that person now above the law? For the most part, they are. They can just do whatever the hell they want. So why not go and, like, I don't know, steal $900 worth of shit out of a store? Or go and who does it hurt? It just hurts the common public. We need to get back to a point where we all come to a consensus that we can agree upon of following the law and respecting the law, and doing the opposite has consequences. But why are we suffering consequences? You know, like as people who are taxed beyond all fucking recognition in this country and in your country too. Why are we suffering these consequences because of people in charge? And it's like, oh, well, vote them out and everything. No, that only works to an extent, because then what happens? 4 years later, that person either leaves office or they're out of office, and now you wind up in that. Well, either we can keep shit going the way it's going, the way we all want it, or people want to change it. We're really in a shit sandwich. And in my opinion, what it really comes down to is communities and the individual coming together with other individuals, figuring a way forward that they all agree on. So, okay, maybe not everybody is going to agree on something stupid, something simple that is obvious to me. Might be like, well, but like men can be women, women could be men. Well, if that's the way you want to live your life, okay, that's fine. I'm not going to fight you tooth and nail on it because I really don't give a shit. Like, it's not, if you're not jamming it down on me and telling me I have to agree with you, I'm not going to fight you too hard on it. Right? But should criminals be held liable for the crimes they commit? Absolutely. If the other person's like, has that opposite vision that I do and says absolutely, well, there's something you agree on. So now let's implement it as a community, as a country, either country. Oh, look, Devin has joined us to come watch his show. What's up, Devin? If you have a question or a story, you can post now in our Discord. You can post a voice thing, and I can play it on the show, and we can listen to you. Oh, my chair. Yeah, it's creaky as shit. I can't. It's my big fat ass. It has nothing to do with the chair leaning back or forth. It's more like a stool. It's like one of those old office chairs, except for the back I snapped off of it. And then the cushion was all destroyed, so I reupholstered it in black snakeskin. So it creaks now. What? Everybody's got something important to contribute. And Devin brought me popcorn. Thank you. hell color was it going to next? I just did what, nutmeg? Let's go to earthy ochre. I only have that's more than enough, Frogzilla. That is more than enough. Appreciate the hell out of you being here. You can always contribute to the conversation any way you want. Like I said, I started, and because you're kind of, newer watching or what have you, I started this shit literally so people can just have a conversation while I paint shit and I can bullshit with everybody because I don't leave the house anymore, really. Other than to go food shopping, stuff like this, I don't leave my house. I don't interact with people. I don't chill out. I don't go out to the pool hall. None of it. I don't even play on a pool team anymore. So, easiest way of just, having conversations. And fortunately, I found decent people that I can have conversations with, or some people tune in to watch me paint. Some people tune in to bullshit. Some people just support me because they're good people, like they're nice people. Decent community. Oof. I might actually have to go super liquid on this top coat. We're definitely getting a lot more highlight than I thought we would with this color. Yeah, you can continue GAM. Continue GAM. I am GAM, God damn it. God damn it. I'm not feeling important. I've been getting the beat down from attorneys. Hopefully it wasn't Stephen P. New. He's brutal. Yeah, Danny, if you want to continue, man, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to shoot something over, I'll always take it. I'm surprised I know Alien dropped in for a minute there. I wonder if Alien wants to add anything too, because he usually has some interesting stuff to throw in the mix. If not, then I've got something else to talk about, which is what's going to happen in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, or what's rumored to happen. And it's going to be fucking phenomenal if they do it right. They want to do Secret Wars. And I think it's Doomsday that leads into it. But it's like basically this mysterious bad guy they caused like this rift basically, and two Earths appear. And if they destroy one of the Earths, then their Earth survives or whatever. Otherwise, both of them pretty much annihilate each other. And it turns out it's Doctor Doom behind it at the end of the story. So, but it's like Stephen Strange, everything else with Doctor Doom. Could be really interesting. And then I'm wondering if they're going to go with the Secret Wars version where Doom becomes God. He became like basically god of a universe for a minute there because all the Earths got annihilated and he rebuilt everything. I don't know. Yeah, he's coming out all right. When I hit it with that final coat, it would be nice. I almost wanted to call you by your last name there, Mr. Ya Boy Ed. Unfortunately, I can't. Because, yeah, But yes, your boy Ed. Any stories you'd like me to tell of our old days? Ed worked for me at GameStop for a very long time. He was actually one of my best employees. And pretty sure, Ed, didn't you grow up in Camden? But Ed actually ended up going off and becoming very successful. He does a lot of stuff covering video games, nerd topics, wrestling. He married a very, very lovely girl from back in the day who was very quiet and now has apparently come out of her shell and is very over the top with what she says. Yeah, I hear you, Pig. Um, but yeah, Ed, Ed and I go back quite a ways. Like, funniest thing is, the first time I met him, I almost fired him because the regime that I took over the one GameStop was, there's a guy in there who was legit stealing like 30, 40 copies of Madden and taking them over to Camden to sell them, and the old store manager was afraid of him. So I tracked it down, figured it out, and fired that dude. He threatened me, but I threatened him back. I said, "That's fine. You know, you think you're tough. We'll go out in the parking lot and everything." Well, Ed was away at college when all this went down, and I fired, I want to say, 75 to 90% of the staff in there and only kept a couple people. And when Fig came in, well, Ed came in, I told him, yeah, you know, you're fired basically, and here's why. And he's like, yo, I was away at college. I don't know shit about this. And yeah, I kept him, and I'm happy I did. He became one of my best employees. Boy could sell ketchup popsicles to a woman wearing white gloves. Yeah, and you know something, Ed, I always liked her. She was cool as hell back then, even when she was very quiet. But yeah, I watched some of the stuff you guys do, like some of the videos and stuff you guys have been posting and stuff you've been covering, and it's fantastic. Whenever I hear her go off, so tell her I wish her my best. Um, you know, I wish the best for her, and keep it up. That's what I can tell you. Keep it up. Yes, you were one of the only two people left on that entire goddamn staff. You and Mr. Hasm, which I'm very thankful for Hasm too. And everybody always called him Hazim, and he's like, God damn it, it's Hasm. Hazim means defeated one. Because his family is notoriously Muslim. And he was actually, his entire family, his mom in particular, was one of the sweetest people I'd ever met. But he was a good dude. And it's starting to take shape, huh, guys? Getting a little bit of that furry look. Arsenal. God damn it, dude. Chelsea. Chelsea. I got people playing Warcraft. I got your boy Ed dropping in and giving a shout out here, there, everywhere. Camden House represent. It's actually a pretty interesting stream tonight. God damn. All right. I do have to hit this thing with the damn overcoat. Oh. All right. That color, I think I'm going to go lighter, and I'm actually going to use it to deck out what looks like vines on this bad boy, but aren't. However, I'm definitely going to want this soaked. Oh, I need another popsicle stick. Yeah, well, I mean, you gotta fight it out with the kiddos. Them young bucks. So Ed, I don't know if you're still in the chat. If you are, you can answer this. Did you watch the last AEW pay-per-view? And if so, can you explain to me what the hell they were thinking, taking a syringe needle and putting it through another wrestler's mouth, and also power bombing him on a cinder block, a real cinder block, and also hitting him with a chair shot to the head that sounded like a cannon? Okay, I'll check it in a second, Danny boy. Oh, Danny boy. It's no longer Danny boss, it's Danny boy. The pipes are calling. Let's see, do I like the way that's shading out? Yeah, it could work. If it sounds homoerotic, then you're going to have to run that one past Shaquille Oatmeal. Which, honestly, I'm actually going to give that dude a shout out because I broke his balls real hard in ABL's chat last night. And he was actually phenomenal with his response to where he actually played into it. And I actually had to give him a thumbs up. You know, the chair was supposed to be gimmick, like shaved down so it was more than a thin cookie sheet. I think Stevie Richards said it best, though, Ed. He said that that's like saying you shave the metal down on a car and you hit somebody going 20 miles an hour with it, but you shave the metal down. So, yeah, like, I don't know. AEW, I cannot get into. Like, I tried, I was there, and then everything happened with Punk, and then after everything with Punk, kind of just killed that whole company for me. Yeah, and you shouldn't have seen it on TV either, because there should be no point where you're like, yeah, I'm going to, like, I don't know. I'm sure you remember they did an angle where Jeff Hardy was wrestling somebody and they had the toolbox in the ring. I can't remember who he was wrestling. It might have been Randy Orton. And they took the screwdriver and put it through one of his piercing holes in his ear because he had gauged ear rings. And like he twisted it around 2 or 3 times, which I know didn't actually hurt. In reality, it just looked nasty. But this was actually legit. He pierced his mouth with that syringe. I don't understand what the hell they were thinking. I don't know why somebody would actually allow that to happen. Like that's not even something that you book. That was something that the boys did in the ring and it was just ridiculous. Also, I'd like how you changed your last name there, Ed, to Kingston so you could go wrestle under your pseudonym. Like, but you definitely put on weight since the last time I saw you. Yeah, it went through his cheek. Yep. Danny. Danny's like, Bina, what's your question, your story? I'm gonna hit yours right about now. Let's see what old Danny Boss has to say.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Let me know if because I don't want to take up too much time. If someone else wants to put some audios over, what I mean, just let me know and I'll stop sending audios over. But yeah, that's what you said before about the dogs and that. The thing is, this in this country for a long time now, we've had problems with crime rate escalating, stabbings, all record highs every year, just getting worse and worse, worse and worse. And when Boris Johnson was prime minister, he implemented stop and search in high crime areas where these stabbings were happening. And yeah, stop and searching was actually working because you started to see you know, you started to see the statistics drop and stuff like that. And obviously they was imprisoned, I think, a minimum of 5 years. So it was actually working. But then I think from what I remember, it got, obviously it was people from the left side who are basically saying, it's racist and, you're only stopping black people and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. And it wasn't only black people being stopped and searched. I mean, predominantly in these neighborhoods, yes, they are predominantly, majority of them are young black males. Yes, that is true. But if they were young white males and the stabbings and the gangs was coming out of these areas, then the majority of them who were stopped and searched would have been white people. And then no one would have had a problem with that. But because it's, black people being stopped and searched, then all of a sudden it's, you can't do it. So then obviously the policy got dropped and here we go again. The crime rate skyrockets, stabbings skyrocket. And apparently last year, we beat New York in homicides just from knife crime, if I'm not mistaken. And that's interesting because they have guns over there, right? With, Glocks with switches. But yet we got knives over here, but yet we had more deaths from knives. So that's an interesting fact. But yeah, what was I going to say? But yeah, again, the Conservatives, when the Conservatives were in before, they didn't seem to really do anything, make any positive changes, and neither has this Labour government. They're only going to do worse. That's why I voted for reform. That's why I wanted Nigel Farage in, because I actually do. I know you should never put your faith on entirely into someone in politics, because majority of them are just corrupt and are just liars. But there's something about Nigel Farage that I do trust. I mean, he's been preaching the same message for a long, long time. He's never really budged on his politics. He always speaks from the mind. So at the end, it's just like Trump, really. I believe he means what he says, and you just have to have faith, I guess. He could be, he could be doing it for the wrong reasons, but who knows? At the end of the day, you just have to put your faith in someone. Hopefully they do their best and they actually implement the policies that they promise, right? I mean, that's all we can hope for at the end of the day.
So, I don't think you're wrong. The stop and frisk thing, it does dissuade some crime. It's also how it's implemented. So back in the day, New York City had become a rat's nest and a shithole over here. And it legitimately, what they ended up doing was they elected, I want to say it was Rudy Giuliani. And Rudy Giuliani implemented this thing, I believe it was him. It was called the broken windows policy. So if you went into a neighborhood where there's broken windows and everything else, that was an issue immediately. So they fixed the windows, stuff like this, but then they started doing stop and frisk. It worked. But then what ended up happening, it cut down your crime. So it was pretty much the same exact policy that Boris Johnson implemented over there. The only issue was that you did have police officers that were abusing that privilege and using it more depending on the color of someone's skin. Versus, if you had a rich white boy in a bad neighborhood, I'm going to tell you what, they're there to buy crack. They're there to buy heroin. They're there to buy fentanyl. They're there to even buy just weed. Like, that's just legit what they're doing there. But they would let them skate. However, some young black kid who's walking with just a backpack on would get stopped and frisked 9 times out of 10. And that's where it kind of broke down over here. People started seeing it as racist. And only because some of the police officers that were implementing it were actually racist. But yeah, unfortunately, they need to bring it back now simply because of the blowout of crime. And you guys need to have that over there. I see the bigger part of your crime waves and everything else that's going on over there being screwed up because doesn't matter how conservative the politician is over there. They say, oh, we're going to cut down on immigration and then take in just as many goddamn immigrants as they did before. And you're just being overwhelmed. Like you're losing your populace to an extent. Like people that see things the same way. Be good, Ed. Thank you for dropping in. But yeah, I mean, it's rough. It's rough. And I've said this before. I have one of my best friends, a guy named D. Black dude, grew up, bad neighborhood, whole 9 yards. He and I have this discussion all the time, and I'll say something, and I'll be like, I don't understand this because, and he said, yeah, but you got to realize, not all people are you. Not all people think that, there really is no color between anybody. It's just really what you believe in and the fundamentals of a person. And they only see the color. And unfortunately, with some of those cops, when they get power, it goes right to their fucking head. And if they're just shitty cops, well, how do you know until they're put in a position where they have the power to be shitty cops? You guys are in a rough place, though, over there. And I don't envy you. I really don't. Like, I don't envy anybody who lives in, like, Chicago, which we know one or two of those. Then you got every city, like every place. And then it's like California, New York, New Jersey's like this now. I don't know how people afford to live because they just tax the shit out of you on top of it. So not only are you not getting that good quality of, hey, we're protected and everything else from crime, but now you're giving up more of your money to be unprotected. It just, a lot of this stuff seems ass backwards to me. Like, and I mean, my heart goes out to you because as Americans, we always said, well, we're screwed over here, but, look at London. And they would always compare stuff to you guys. Like, oh, yeah, well, London doesn't have this issue. They don't have the guns and all that. Now you guys have stabbings the way we've got, like, that outweigh some of our bullet crime in some cases. It's unreal. So my heart definitely goes out to you because it's like, I don't even know how to tell you to fix it or what you can do to fix it. And maybe it's not for me to tell you how to fix it either. I'm 50-50 on this one. What are you guys thinking? Are we looking okay? Are we looking like shit? What do you guys think? Actually, you know what? Let me get a little bit more light on them. Oh, God. The thing is definitely not auto-adapting to the light anymore. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too, mister. It does kind of look like I deep fried it a bit. Like I had a whole goddamn plan for this thing up until I looked up what it was because I thought it was like a vegetable monster. I'm not going to lie, a little bit. I just saw the name, saw that there was a 3D print for it, and I was like, okay. And I was like, oh, that's going to be a nasty little swamp looking thing. Unfortunately, it's a sloth. Like, well, shit. Guess we got to change that. All right, let's get away from these browns. What do we got to go to? We got to go to the lower face, the eyeball, the teeth, the claws, which I'll be able to use the claws. Let's go with a little bit of the whites. Because we are going to hang out the ends of these and then turn them into claws, even though they look like tendrils. Feel like Bugs Bunny when he gets a hold of Gossamer. I don't know if you guys know who Gossamer is. And they're just like, he's like, so tell me about your day. And he's like trimming his nails and shit. It's like I'm painting it with gravy. Uh-oh. Don't tell Lizzo that. It'll be all over. We'll just hear, hey, 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 Lizzo's on the way. So I'm hitting my base white. See if I can't just get a little on the teeth. Just happy little accident. Oh shit, Lizzo's here. Yes, Gossamer. Goddamn tobacco lung. Gossamer is you think darker beans? Like go back to you want me to do an overcoat of dark? Yeah, Gossamer is the big orange fuzzy monster from Bugs Bunny. Just had a pair of tennis shoes. I tried to find a 3D print of him, but unfortunately all the ones I saw were just so. Oh, that's a little too much. Too much. I hit on that one tooth. See if I can't drag it out. All right. Now we need a little bit of brown, a little bit of white. Cut them together. More white. That should kind of work, I'm thinking. Just load that up. Give it that overpaint. Did you just call it an ombre? Is that because this is a Brazilian? I should have given him a landing strip like a Brazilian. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, I'll go back in. I'll darken up some of the undercoat then. Keep the overcoat light. Oh, you sent another audio? Okay. Right, let's see what you gotta say, bruv.
Okay, personally, if I had the the keys to the castle and I was the king of the country, it would be we need to start going back to actual punishments, actual justice. And a tolerance rule when it comes to criminality. These types of people. Again, as I said before, it can't be reasoned with. You have to put them in their place, and you have to send a message out to everyone in the country that if you follow the law and you're a good law-abiding citizen, you'll be rewarded for it. And if you don't, if you want to be a criminal and you want to hurt people, you want to stab people, you want to, do all these sorts of things, then we're going to put you either put you in prison for a long, long time, or again, depending on certain crimes. Like personally, for me, there are certain crimes that are unforgivable and I think should be the death penalty. And but again, when it comes to other crimes, then obviously, I'm talking like many, many years in prison. And and prisons shouldn't be, because prisons nowadays over here, they seem to be, a lot of criminals don't care if they go to prison because they know it's pretty much a walk in the park. They have TVs there, they have all the food. They, they just it's not a rough place to go to, so they don't mind going there and doing a few years there and then coming back out and then getting back to what they was doing before. They don't care. They don't mind. There is no rehabilitation in prisons. There's nothing. You just go there, you serve your time, you have a good time there, and then you come back out, and that's it. They go back to doing what they're doing, and then history keeps repeating. So it'd be a no nonsense approach. I mean, we really need to start like throwing the book at these people. That's just my thoughts on that. But like this, this will be my last audio because I don't want to take up too much time. If anyone else has got any questions, maybe Bina's got a story about the flat Earth, because I'm always interested in hearing stories like that. It really intrigues me. Because at the end of the day, we don't really know. We're just told what to believe. Schools tell us what to believe. Here's a book. This is how you should think. And but we don't really know at the end of the day, do we? We might think we do, but I don't think we really do know.
Now that was interesting. He ended with the whole flat Earth thing. This is going to get turned into a whole argument, isn't it, Beans? I don't get mad about flat Earth. I just like making fun of you for it. A big difference. Like, I think it's hysterical you think the Earth's flat. It makes no sense to me. Like, just does not compute. Do it, do it, do it. Yeah, and I'm sure Danny Boss is actually probably really curious why you think the Earth is flat. Like, I won't get mad. Like, go ahead. You want to send me a voice chat saying that shit? By all means. I'm using a little bit of yellow in with that mix now. Trying to get a little highlight out of the claws and the teeth. Which, for some reason, when you mix yellow, brown, and white, you get this cool kind of coloring to the claws in a lot of cases. Like this little undertone. Thank you, Frogzilla, for jumping in, man. Have a good night. Flat Earth. Well, what about this shit with the Manapingari or whatever the hell they're called? Yeah, Manapingari, the thing I'm painting. What about the story surrounding them? It's kind of creepy, isn't it? Imagine you're walking out in the Brazilian rainforest and come across this goddamn thing. That would scare the shit out of me. If it had a horn with its one eye, I would have to paint it purple on purpose. Maybe give him a set of wings. One-eyed, one-horned, flying purple penis eater. And Beans thinks I should go darker. Maybe I should contrast him out before I go in for the mouth. Oh God, I'm knocking things everywhere. Uh-oh, Beans left a voice message. Here we go. Okay, I guess I got to make this announcement before I play this next message. If this is in fact about Flat Earth, this is how Beans feels about it. And I deny all knowledge of it ahead of time. Here we go.
Okay, so here's the first one. When you're in a car driving on a highway and you stick your hand out the window and you're going like 70 miles an hour, right? What do you feel? Now, answer that to yourself and now tell me, what do you feel? They say that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour around its axis. Do you feel that?
Okay, so that was the audio. What do you guys think? Does anybody in the chat have an answer for Vina as to why you don't feel the Earth's rotation? I mean, I do. The reason why you don't feel the Earth's rotation is because the force of gravity from the mass spinning that fast is what's holding you to it. If all of a sudden the Earth were to stop spinning on its axis, everything would just, you'd fly pretty much out into space. What is it? Mass times speed equals gravitational force. I don't know what the actual scientific equation is. I need Mister to answer with that one because he's the science-minded guy here. But yeah. And you're also pushing against the wind too when you're in a car like that. But just not buying it. If the earth was flat, wouldn't the wind just fall off the side of the earth? Oh, what the hell just happened there? Bump the fucking camera. camera. Mr. says, also, you move faster the closer you are with the equator, which is why they launch rockets in Texas and Florida as opposed to Montana. That makes sense. And Devin says, if you toss a ball in the air in a car, it doesn't land in the back seat. I mean, I've got a question for you, Beans, and maybe you can answer it. Why do we drive on parkways and park in driveways? Riddle me that, Batman. Here's another one. If God is the creator of everything and omnipotent and has the ability to create anything in the universe, why would he need fiat currency? And if so, then why do a lot of people pay tithes to the church? I'm checking it now.
Okay, so Newton was sitting under a tree and an apple hit his head and rolled down in front of him. And that's how he came up with gravity. Now, if that apple would have rolled down to the pond, it would have floated, which means it was buoyancy and density, because now gravity would be debunked, right?
I disagree with that. How do you know the apple would have floated? What if the apple sank? Everybody knows the only thing that really floats on water are ducks, witches, and wood. And what do we use to burn witches? That's correct, more witches. And you're also discounting that sand is sand and water is water. And if you stew cranberries just like applesauce, they taste more like prunes than rhubarb does. But I digress. But seriously, okay, so he came up with the theory of gravity. So nobody else had ever thought of gravity before that, or what did they think then? You do realize that even in Columbus's day, I was always told when I was in school as a kid, the whole thing was everybody believed that the earth was flat and that if you sailed to the east, you would sail off the map and off the side of the earth and die. And nobody actually believed that back then. They already knew that the earth was round. They just thought there was nothing on that side of the world. It's one of those mistaken historical facts. The whole thing about gravity is also this. Nobody actually knows what gravity really truly is. If they did, then we would have anti-gravity. What they believe is something with large enough mass spinning at a certain speed produces gravity. But that's why we don't have like anti-gravity on the space station, stuff like this, because nobody actually knows what gravity really is or has come up with a solid formula for it. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. He's a king. How do you know he's the king? He's the only one not covered in shit. You cannot expect to wield supreme executive power because some watery tot tosses a scimitar at you. This little dude's taking a lot longer than I thought he was going to. Shit would have been easier if he was just a swamp critter. May not be easy being green, but it's a lot easier to paint. Count to 3, not 1, not 2, nor 1, 1.5. Beans is still, look at, holy shit, dude.
Because an apple is lighter in density than the water. This one's for Devin. A small rock thrown in the ocean will sink, but a giant ship will not sink because the rock is denser than the ship is. Extraterrestrial. Extraterra doesn't mean extra space, it means extra land. So what if you don't fall off? We don't know that because we never explored there, right? What if there's extra land outside of what we know?
Okay, so my question is, well, and you're right about the density on the rock versus the space. It's also the surface area across the water and what's contained within it, which is why when boats spring a leak, they sink. But my question is that last one, the extra, I agree with you, the extra terra being Earth, you're outside of Earth, you're extraterrestrial. But what do you mean? Like, are you talking about outer space? There might be more land, or, I wasn't raised in water world where dry land was a myth, so I'm trying to figure where you're getting extra land from. I mean, legitimately extraterrestrial being outside Earth, that can also encompass not just outer space, that could also encompass a different dimension as well. So interdimensional. So technically, if there was a being from a different planet, wouldn't just be interplanetary, not extraterrestrial, or extraterrestrial could cover both issues, such as being from a different planet or a different dimension. Beyond the place you fall off the earth. Okay, but that's just it. What was the name of the last person to fall off the side of the earth? That guy that Lewis and Clark went out and they were exploring, and I remember the story, and Lewis was like, hey, look, that looks like the ocean. I'm going to go for a swim, and just fell off the side of the earth. Wasn't that how that story went? And then we bought a whole bunch of land for some nickels, and they were wooden, and that's why you're not supposed to take wooden nickels. Or am I conflating things? I disagree because the dilithium crystals would produce too much of a charge. They would be on it would be way beyond the gigawatts necessary for the flux capacitor to interact with our space-time. Right. Yeah. Outside of not it doesn't mean that, oh well they're extra. No, they're external too, basically. Although I am enjoying the like the ideas. Definitely interesting. Thinking that over gray needs a little touch in with slightly darker color, but not much. Can also mean outside of the land we know, but that's just it. We know what the Earth looks like. So maybe back in the day before satellites existed and we didn't know what Earth looked like, that argument would hold up a little better. But we do know what's outside of Earth and what Earth looks like from afar. Like, I mean, do you see what I'm saying? Or no? Because, I mean, it's a cool theory. It's just like, I argue all the time with somebody about the moon. They think we faked the moon landing. And I'm like, so you're saying we've never been to the moon? And the answer I get, and it's not you I'm arguing with either, Beans, but the answer I get is we did actually end up going to the moon, just not when they said we went to the moon. And I was like, that is possible. It's absolutely possible. But we definitely have been to the moon. Actually, what's interesting, Devin, and it's one of the, like, I don't know, it's actually possible too, when you, theoretically, when you think about it, the hollow moon theory. So supposedly they landed a probe on the moon and it rang like a bell, like the moon itself rang, like there was a metal structure underneath of it or what have you. But technically, I think that if the moon was created because the Earth got hit by a big enough asteroid way back when the Earth was in its infancy, then it shot magma out into space, created an orbit around a bigger body because the gravity sustaining it, holding it in place, and it spun until it cooled enough where it became a moon. It could have been like how a geode's created, and it could actually be hollow. It's possible. What's up, Six? The movie with the Nazis on the moon is Iron Sky. they made 2 of them, and I think the second one had dinosaurs in it. What's up? That was always like one of our favorite goddamn commercials back in the day. The Budweiser "What's Up" commercials. My favorite's where he's in like the sushi restaurant, and the chef comes out and he's like, "Here's your sushi and your wasabi," and he's like, "Wasabi," and all of a sudden all the chefs are like, "Wasabi," and then his wife looks at him and smacks the table, and he's just like, "Wasabi." Good old Dookie. The spoof they did of it with the Super Friends was fantastic too. Or it was like the old Thoth Super Friends. I think he's actually coming together all right. What do you guys think? What do you think now? Beans layered out and done a little bit darker. See, like, I'll tell you what, there's something else up with this damn camera. Let me play with it for a second here. Let's see. Mess with this a bit. Darken it up. Nope, we actually want that up. Drop the brightness a little bit, I think. Right about there. I think this might be my issue. I'm oversaturated. Let me see, my hand. Yeah, all right, cool. Auto white. Now we'll let that do auto white. Okay. Hopefully that looks a little bit better. Yeah, I think it's starting to come together. Now we just got to focus on the damn maw in the eye. Definitely going to have to darken that white down. Thanks, Bean. Yeah, actually, that was a very good call on your part, because I was looking at it and I was like, it looks washed out to me. Is this a new one from Beans and Danny?
Guys, we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour around the axis. Then the Earth, it's spinning around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour. And then all of the planets with our sun are shooting through the galaxy at 500,000 miles an hour. And forever, as long as you remember all of our history, the stars never change.
But the stars always change. just placement in the sky. Also, you mentioned all these different things spinning around everything. You know what the universe spins around? Me. Let's see what Danny's got to say.
Definitely interesting.
Yeah, Gam, about that. I can't remember if you asked a question about why do people, was it pay money to the churches, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I guess it depends, on what church. I mean, I'm not too sure what religion you're talking about, whether it's Christianity, Catholicism, Islam, or Judaism. But I guess it depends on the type of church you go. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with, donations to your church. I mean, if it's a church you support, then I don't see anything wrong with giving donations to your church. I mean, people donate to their political parties, don't they? So if at the end of the day, it's your money, and you can do what you want with it. I know that there are some churches that do take the piss, and they kind of force their people to donate, and they make them feel guilty if they don't. Obviously, I don't agree with that. So that's not acceptable. That's inappropriate. And as for Mr's comment about, obviously, I think he's in regards to the Catholicism, about the priests obviously fiddling with little boys. Obviously, that's extremely disgusting, obviously, and they should be punished for that. I mean, but again, I'm not a Catholic, and Catholicism doesn't really, in my opinion, doesn't follow Christ's teachings. In my opinion, it's quite satanic, Catholicism. There's many, they've twisted many of Jesus' teachings. I mean, if you look at the New Covenant, they kind of twist a lot of things, and they're not really following what he said. Because again, look how the Catholic Church handles those cases. They just move those priests to another location, to another church. They didn't really punish them in any kind of way. And these are sickening crimes. I mean, that should be the death penalty, in my opinion. If you want to abuse a child, you want to sexually abuse a child, then that should be the death penalty. And Jesus Christ said, if you, I don't have the exact reference in the New Covenant, but he said, if you bring harm to a young one, a child, then it's best that you tie like a boulder around your neck and you get chucked into the river. So I think he was basically saying that if you harm a child in any way, it's best that that you get the death penalty. So that's my thoughts on that. If we do want to discuss religion, then I can go into it further. But obviously, I don't want to. If you guys don't want to go into talking about religion, then fair enough.
Oh boy. Yeah, I wasn't going to bring religion into the battlefield but what I was saying with the tithing. So, what I kind of meant by it is this. I get people wanting to give back. Churches serve the community. So maybe that's your way of serving the community. But when you get what I was more or less saying was more about God himself, herself, itself, however you want to say it. God doesn't need that money. So if a preacher is telling you, give me money because God needs your money, it means that they're just trying to rook you for your money. You see what I mean? So there you go. Instead of discussing religion, which is going to upset different people, because I know Mr. and I have had chats over religion, and Mr. is kind of atheist. I'm agnostic. I know a lot of you guys in here are Christian. Maybe you're Muslim and you're listening. Maybe you're Jewish, you're listening. Everybody's got their own take on it. So I'm going to say that is the one topic that could divide everybody and cause a huge infight. But if we do want to discuss what makes you a better person, we can go from that angle too. Like somebody who's like Danny mentioned, Catholic priest is super religious, definitely loves God, has donated or dedicated his entire life to it, and still all those criminal acts were happening. Didn't make him a better person. So what things like showering makes you a better person? No, it just makes you not smell as bad. I've known total scumbags that were great people. Because I mean, scumbag and like they didn't bathe really or any of this shit, but didn't make them bad people. Just made them stinky. And I've also seen some of the rich people that were supposed to be very good people or should have been, and they were awful people. Did the most heinous things. So, why is there a person between you and Jesus? I would say that there are very fine people, mister, on both sides. And I don't mean the neo Nazis or white supremacists. I condemn them totally. But that is a good question, Danny. Why is there a middle person between you and God? And I'm going to say it's more of a psychological aspect where they're going to tell you what the punishment is for that type of sin. You know, and what the repentance is. So, for example, if you masturbate 4 times a day and you're supposed to say 3 Hail Marys, and your priest tells you that the first time, the next time you masturbate 3 times a day, just say 3 Hail Marys. You'll be good. You don't even have to confess. Okay, so Devin answered, and it's a pretty decent answer there. She's definitely she's up on thumping. Let's see. Jesus gave the keys of the kingdom to Peter. Okay, but now I have a question for you, Devin. Did Peter then pay Paul? Yep, and Mary. What about Mary? Everybody always forgets to tip Mary. What the fuck? I knew Mister would catch what I was throwing. Oh, Puff the Magic Dragon. Oh, it all makes sense now. Which people are not found in historical records, Bina? Oh, it's absolutely about fucking weed. Um, but which people are not found in historical records? People in the Bible? The Bible is a historical record. Even if you don't believe in the religion behind the Bible, it actually is a historical record in part. So is, and I don't know the name of the book for Hinduism. Same thing. You can look at all of them like they're historical records. God, that eye looks fucking terrible. Gotta figure out how to. Trying to figure out what color to mix to take that shit out of that eyeball. Thinking a touch of like a gray. The Bible can be interpreted in different ways depending on what you want to apply it to. There are certain things that theologians actually agree on with the Bible, and then there's other shit where I think it's what you take from it or what your preacher slash pastor tells you to take from it. But you can interpret things in different ways. Damn, I really need to tone down that fucking eyeball. Thing is not coming out how I want it to at all. That white is just overpowering ugly. Thinking maybe I should move you know, mister, you just said something that set something off in my brain, which is scary. So, yeah, I have never done DMT. So I'm half talking out of my ass here, but listening to all these different people talking about the elves they see and everything else. The Hopkinsville goblins, the like little monsters that showed up, and they it was the Sutton Farm in Hopkinsville. I want to say it's Kentucky, and they thought that they saw a spaceship, and then all of a sudden they fought these like little creatures. It's actually what they based the movie Gremlins on. They looked like gremlins, except for they were silver in skin tone with glowing eyes. And they fought them for hours and hours and hours, shooting at them and everything else. I wonder if there's some kind of connection between the DMT elves and the Hopkinsville goblins. A cross on the zodiac? I don't know. Mine looks like a 69, like my zodiac symbol, so I'm not sure. Oh, way too mayonnaise and mustard here on that eyeball. I gotta figure out this damn eye. I just don't like the way that sit at all. Do this real quick. Oh shit, not that. He's got a vertical mouth going on. I'm thinking maybe even going more black towards that eyeball, or a little pink. And then going in there with like a green, or I mean a green, a gold. Actually, do this, it'll probably look right. Give it a little highlight by the eye. Tone it down a bit and then hit the damn center. I think we're going to go with the knock you on your ass yellow. Where's my mustard? Uh-oh. Did I lose the damn chat again? Hate that shit. Everybody went quiet. All of a sudden, we went from like everybody talking about religion and all kinds of craziness to nothing. Oh, well, that sucks, mister. Hopefully you make it back. So, Beans, I got a question for you because, you know, the whole flat earth shit. You guys all enjoyed like all the crazy. I got a question for you though, Beans. Here's my question for you. The whole water thing. I know people take like a flat plate and put water on it and everything else for the flat earth argument. What's the deal with it? Okay, I'll check the audios now, Danny. You guys are liking this audio shit, huh? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of nice. I can play it and just listen to what you guys are vibing with and just answer back. Um, okay, let's see. Is this an old one or no? That's an old one. I think this is your newest one.
Did I lose the date number?
And in the Quran, Muslim.
Or was this it?
I'll leave you guys with this. Like, I'm going to head off now. But we could all argue our differences about Christianity, Catholicism, and atheism, and all this stuff. But I think there's one thing that we all do have to admit is that Christianity played a big part in making the West what it is today. About a big fundamental part. Helped build civilization. Where our laws and come from is from Christian morals and obviously the teachings and the New Covenant. You know what I mean? From Jesus. And we are. I know it might not seem like it nowadays, but this country is a Christian country, and there are a lot of churches in this country that have been hijacked by liberals, and they're not teaching Jesus is, they're not teaching what he taught. They're, bowing down to the liberal secular society, and that's a shame. And that's not a true Christian church. It's not, if you're you might as well call yourself something else. But there's one thing that I would like all Catholics in this country, Protestants, Christians, to team up together and fight our true enemy in this country, which in my opinion is the liberal elite, is this liberal secular society and Islam. Because Islam for me is, it's completely twisted Christianity and doesn't stop lying about Christianity. They say Jesus is their prophet, but they lie non-stop about him in the Quran. They say that he wasn't crucified, he isn't God, he's a prophet. And it's just, again, they lie about Christianity. It's just, but yeah, we're meant to live in peace with these people, even though they basically say our book's a lie. But yeah, we're meant to let them in our country, we're meant to, coexist with them, and we can't say anything bad about them, but then they can lie and, talk crap about our religion. That's just not, they don't do that in their countries of Christianity. To this day, they still slaughter and persecute Christians in their countries. So why exactly do we have to get along with them here then, if that's what they do to us in their countries?
That was a pretty good one. See, one thing I can say is this. That's why it is in your First Amendment. That's why they made it one of the first things was that you couldn't be prosecuted or persecuted for your religious beliefs. Doesn't matter if you're a Satanist. You can't be. That was one of our freedoms because it was you couldn't tell somebody who to worship with. But you are correct in saying that America and England and Europe, rather, are fundamentally based on Judeo-Christian beliefs. So a certain moral compass. I'm not going to say, like I've said this before in other live streams, I've met Muslims that were good, and I've met Muslims that were terrible. I've met Christians that were good people. I've met Christians that were terrible. I don't think, if you're devout in your religion, depending, as long as you're not radicalized and hurting somebody else with it or imposing it in their life, I'm fine with whatever you are. But that's me. And maybe you're right. Maybe we should tighten down and maybe everybody, but that comes back to, doesn't matter if you're liberal, conservative, Republican, Democrat, in the middle somewhere. We all have to come up with one set of guidelines that we all agree and adhere to. No gray areas, no bullshit, no compromise. Like, it's black and white at that point. You can do all these other gray areas, but this is black and white. And once we can come to that consensus, I think everybody gets along better, even people of different religions. That's just me. Let's see what your next one is, bud.
Did I lose the date number?
And in the Quran, Muslims, they say that Christians believe in three gods because of the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So in the Quran, they say that obviously we're pagans because we're idolaters, or whatever that word is. That obviously we're pagans. We believe in a false idol. We believe in three gods. And again, us Christians, there is an explanation to the Holy Trinity. It's not three gods. It is obviously it's one God, and there's an explanation to it. If you obviously do research, it's explained in the New Covenant as well. And I've seen plenty of debates where the Christians, they explain this to the Muslims, but they just don't want to listen. And but the reality is they worship Muhammad, someone who's dead, a false prophet who married a 6-year-old and raped her at age 9. And they also worship a black stone in Mecca. So who's the pagan? It's not Christians.
And yet, funny enough, you say not pagans, but the day we celebrate, which really isn't the birthday of Jesus, but we just celebrate it on that day, is actually a pagan holiday, believe it or not. So there's a lot to unpack there. I'm not going to say one religion's right, one religion's wrong, because I don't know who's right, who's wrong. I do know, going back to what I was saying earlier, that it really comes down to fundamentals and sitting down with each other across the table. Like, if I could sit Danny Boss across the table from somebody who's Muslim and have them have a conversation and come to consensus on certain things, and then have those people come to consensus with somebody who's Jewish, we can fix shit. But if you plant your feet in the sand and can't bend or can't realize that you guys agree on certain things that are completely evil, you're never going to fix it. It's always going to be broken. Right. And see, you just said it in the chat to Devin that if you guys sat down, you would agree on most of the religion. You might disagree on this, that, or the other thing. But the whole thing is to agree and disagree on certain points, and then find those points that everybody agrees on. And that's probably the fucking truth. That's probably the correct thing. I mean, you have different sets of, like, all Muslims don't think the same way all Christians don't think the same way. There might be certain points that you guys can agree on, and certain points you'll never agree on. But you can't look at everybody and lump them into one category and say, these people are evil, or this is completely evil because one set of people. It really comes down to the individual at the end of the day. And Devin's a meanie. She's always mean. She's always yelling at me. Oh, wait, or is that Bina? But then again, I make fun of Bina, so I guess it's only fair. But as far as, I mean, you got to also look at Muslims from this side of things. Why is it Jewish people are prospering, Christians are prospering, but most of the devout, I will go, get my virgins from heaven, Muslims aren't. They're living in abject poverty. usually 90% of the time in war, not in good places, not in, high-tech civilized places. Everything's a lot worse for them. Why? If their God is the right God, how come they are getting the worst end of the stick? How did that happen? Why was it allowed to happen if you're the chosen people of your God? It makes no sense. Yeah, okay, so those two recordings are new ones, Beans? All right, let me check. Let's see what the Beans said.
Guys, just a reminder that there's no pope in the Bible, okay? Also, a Catholic priest is the one that came up with the Big Bang Theory. So, just food for thought, right?
Well, I'll tell you what, that Catholic priest had some foresight because that show had massive ratings and a lot of nerds I know watched it. Oh, not that Big Bang Theory, my bad. Next one is.
There is no middle person between you and God. God says he lives within you. He also said the kingdom of God is made in temples not made by human hands. What are the only two temples not made by human hands? It's the temples on the side of your face. God is within you.
That was actually a fun play on words there, Beans. I think Mister would have been proud of you for that one. Beans, I'm not making fun of you. I enjoy you. I enjoy you. You're good peoples. And if I'm not teasing you, I don't fucking like you. I'm just gonna flat out tell you that. Like, I think I joke around with everybody that I actually like. If I don't like you, then I usually either ignore you completely or simply keep my answers short and one worded. And then one after Danny had sent his.
Water always finds its level. Imagine a stream or a waterfall. It doesn't matter how much it curves while it's in motion, it always finds its level. That's why we have the water level to measure things that are level. That's why you call it the horizon, because it's horizontal. Water is always finds its level. Like, you can experiment with this, like drop a tennis ball in, I don't know, a bucket of water and spin it and see what happens. It just doesn't stick to a round ball. Like, this is common sense. This is not even something you have to prove further.
Well, I will say that any man that's ever been in the showers has to towel off. So what does that tell you about water sticking to balls? But on a serious note, yeah, so that does kind of make sense. Water doesn't stick to a round ball, but it's also, if you look at the ocean floor, is the ocean floor rounded or is it more of a gradient slide? So why wouldn't the water just find level and level down into the lowest place? Like, what's the deepest place in the world? I think it's the God damn it, it's the trench. And I almost called it the Mediterranean Trench, but I know it's not that. So when you really break that shit down, the the water is actually finding level, but it's finding level in the lowest places on our Earth. The bigger question for me is this: is there an ocean closer to the Earth's core that our ocean is connected to? But I'll leave that right there. Let me see, because Danny Boss just posted one. Let's see what Danny's got to say.
So this is to Devon. That satanic reference was uncalled for. I mean, I didn't mean that. I'm just talking about in the sense of because there was this this Catholic church somewhere in Italy. I can't remember where it was, but there's artwork and there's that basically the actual church is basically shaped like a snake. There's artwork in the church that references. There's artwork of demons on the wall. That the throne is like quite demonic looking. Basically, the whole artwork just kind of it looked very just satanic. Now, again, that's just one church I'm referencing. You know, about Catholicism. Again, as I said in the chat, I'm pretty sure if me and Devon sat down and we discussed Christianity, we discussed Catholicism, we'd pretty much probably most likely agree on the majority of the stuff. We probably differ on some few things. Devon's probably a lot more knowledgeable on Christianity and Catholicism than me, because I'm kind of new to this game. I'm kind of reading through the New Covenant right now, so I watch tons of debates regarding Christianity and Islam and stuff like that. So I'm fairly knowledgeable on it, but, you know, forgive me if I say a few things that are not particularly accurate. You know, I admit I am quite ignorant on this topic, but I do like discussing religion. I find it quite fascinating. It's a new hobby of mine. But again, you know, Islam cannot coexist with Christianity or Catholicism in the West. Islam does not belong in the West. Islam should stay in the Middle East. I'm sorry, but the Christian Crusades was a retaliation to Islamic aggression going across the world. I mean, people, you know, they teach you in schools that the Christian Crusade was an evil act, and Christians out of the blue just decided to go and slaughter Muslims for no reason. No, just please go and do research about the Christian Crusades. It was necessary. And if we didn't do that and we didn't win, the majority of the world could be Islamic right now, because they were already in Spain. I mean, my ancestors, you know, in Spain, Islam took over Spain for quite a long time. And they weren't going to stop there. They were going to push into France. They were going to keep taking over. And if it wasn't for the Christian Crusades, if it wasn't for England, France, Italy, Spain, and obviously other countries forming the Crusades, teaming up and actually pushing Islam back and defeating them, then, you know, the West wouldn't be what it is right now. And I'm sorry, but all those warriors that sacrificed their lives to push Islam back, you know, what was it for? Because we're now letting them all back in, and now you're seeing all this clashing. Islam doesn't want to coexist with anyone else. It does not want to work with Christians. It does not want to work with Catholics. It doesn't want to work with Hindus, with Jews. It does not want to coexist. It wants to take over and destroy, and to make everyone their dhimmis. It is in the Quran. It is in the book. It teaches them to do that. I'm not just making all this up. It references it. The Quran specifically tells Muslims to go and take over other countries, to integrate yourselves there, to be nice at first, to have lots of babies, to take over in numbers. And when you become the majority, then you implement Sharia law, and then you basically make everyone else second-class citizens. You make women second-class citizens. You make every other religion second-class citizens. You make them your dhimmis. You make them pay taxes. It's called the dhimmi tax. They have to pay the jizya. Now, you know, I don't mean to rant, but, you know, this is going to be my last audio. And I'll chat to you guys another time. And great stream, GAM. That doll's looking amazing. And I appreciate you playing my audios. And yeah, take care, guys. Love y'all.
What a damn boss. That's why his name's Danny Boss. So, first we get an apology. We get his take on what he thinks of Muslim religion. He's got an I love you in there for everybody in the chat. Thank you for the shout out on the model, Danny Boss. Hopefully it is. I think it's damn near done, to be honest with you. It's looking like it. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? Think that came out creeptacular or what? Think we got the shading right. I think I finally nailed the eyeball where I'm not hating it. But that's just it. I've had different interactions with Muslims personally, so I can't say. Plus, I'm not dealing with Muslims in America like Danny is over in Europe. I know it's apples and oranges. All the people that I know are Muslim are very nice people. Never had an issue with them, ever. Never threatened me, never treated me any kind of way. If anything, they were extra friendly. And I just, like I said, I can't, but it doesn't mean that I can't see his point of view either on it. His country's being overrun right now, and not by people that are like Americanized and adapting to our culture is the best way I'll say it. Most of the Muslims I have met outside of their religion have adapted to American ideals, love of country, the whole nine yards. But that's just my personal experience with it. His experience is more grounded in the fact that they're literally transforming parts of his country into something that does not even look close to what his country is. Oh, Devin, you always overreact. That's why we give you popcorn. It keeps you calm. Keeps you calm. Shit, I need to still paint the Kappa. I'm almost half tempted to save the Kappa for another day. It's already 11 o'clock. I don't want to do like a piss poor job on that thing. No, I mean, like I don't know. Part of the problem is when it comes to religion, everybody wants to be right. But does everybody want to be right because you want to follow a moral code? You want to believe that what you believe is right? Or is it because you're afraid of when you die, if you're not right, what happens? No, Danny, that was awesome. Please, dude, do it again next week. I love it. Dude, I actually got something to react to and interact with and everything else vocally. So I don't get super boring because I know you guys get bored of my goddamn voice. But yeah, I think he turned out kind of sexy. I'm not going to lie. Definitely creepy. No, I appreciate you just taking the time to stay up late and just even watch my shit for a minute, Danny. Like, plenty of people swing in and out and all that. I think oh, you, Mister, and Beans have been here consistently. There's Sick, who's always here. Sheree's always, or usually always here. Devin's always here. Like, and you guys always interact with me even before we figured out how to do this voice shit. What's going to end up having to happen is I'm going to have to set up an actual Discord just for my shit. And then you guys can drop voice messages in it. And this way we're not on some off kilter one where we're telling people, hey, hop in the Discord or whatever. We have our own. And Bean says she has another recording too. And Beans, you sound like fucking Harley Quinn, by the way. I'm just throwing that out there.
So I'm more of a stationary earther than a flat earther. I don't believe that, like with all the mountains and, things that we have on the ocean floor, that everything's like flat like a pancake. It's a stationary earth, a stationary plane. All right. Think of like submarines and sonar and things like that. Sonar does not curve. Sonar works in a straight line also. So that wouldn't work with like a eight 8 inches per mile squared curvature. Like literally, our submarines wouldn't be able to function. So just think about that.
Okay. So, what I would say to that, especially when it comes to sonar, the way sonar works is it sends out a signal and then bounces back. So it's literally reflecting off of something and coming back to the source, and that tells you and lets you map things out. The whole thing with stealth subs and all this is their hulls are built to absorb the sonic that's hitting it. And so it doesn't register and send the sound wave back or the sonar wave back to its source. So you can't see it. But it's a straight line in all different directions. It's not like it just flows out like this paintbrush straight. It flows out like this, like a fan. All different directions. And bounces back, and whatever it hits, it comes back and reports it. The only thing that supposedly moves in a straight line are light beams. And even that, I'm going to call bullshit on, because if it's hitting an atmosphere, any kind of curvature like a raindrop, it's curving the light. It doesn't work on a curvature, but at the same point in time, it still works. It's the same, like lasers work in a straight line too. You're focusing beams of light all on one point and then pushing them through a concentration lens out directly in front of you in a straight line. Which is why I'll never understand when you watch shit like Star Wars and stuff. They shoot lasers at each other, but they miss. And I mean, granted, if you've ever read Star Wars extended lore, you would know that it would actually be because what the cartridges are that power the blasters are a Tibanian gas that's ignited and then shot. So it's a gas power. That's why you can actually see the laser come out of a gun on Star Wars. What work do you have to do on yourself? Everybody has work to do on themselves. Just to interrupt everything real quick. Shit. I forgot all about this. Bring it in close so you guys can kind of see. He's got that chain going around him. I'm thinking, I guess I'm going to have to go silver with it. Give him like a little glitter here. Speaking of which, shooting that damn gold through my airbrush, I had to throw out the nozzle because of the metallic flake jamming it. Thanks, Six. Sci-fi is the same as real life scenarios, though, and that's the unfortunate part. Shit that we used to think was sci-fi has become reality. The communicator in Star Trek, yeah, we now call that thing a cell phone. And honestly, it was because they did that shit in Star Trek that we have the cell phone. Now, something like a TARDIS from Doctor Who, yeah, that's at this point theoretically impossible. Because the power source of a TARDIS is actually a miniature, a dwarf star going supernova that's been caught and held in gravitational and time displacement, something like this. I can't remember. All right, so I'm going to fix that chain on him. Should I go on to the next one? That is the question. Should I go and do the Kappa 2? Should I save him for Sunday? You don't understand. It's you sound funny, but you say that. I sound funny, I sound funny, I sound funny. But I don't think there's one person in here that thinks you actually sound funny. Like, if you called up and you were just like this when you called, hold on, let me find it.
Hey, this is Bina. I want to tell you all about Flat Earth. Let me tell you, motherfucker, this what fuck I'm talking about.
That would sound funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna butter that bread. Get over here. I'll show you some shit make your head spin. Bitch.
Yeah, it was a compliment. It was actually a compliment. You sound like you have honestly, a Jamaican Queen's New York accent is what you sound like. Yeah, well, the whole story, right, with the voice changer. When I had first gotten this microphone set up, um, I was, I literally was hosting a D&D game, and like honestly, that would probably be a pretty cool thing for me to stream, me DMing and all that. But my one buddy, he's going to have to go into assisted live. Well, almost had to go into assisted living, so he had to go through HUD. And in the interim, he's like, "Yeah, the only place they have that they can take me is going to be in the hood." And I was like, "Oh God, I can just imagine the conversations."
Yo, white boy, what you got on my stack?
I don't know, sir. Here you go. I'll give you everything in my cabinet.
Damn, that ain't enough.
Like just funny stuff like that. Yeah, New York, New Jersey accent is much different. That would be more up north, like more up north, more yeah, more up north of New Jersey. So you'd have to be past Newark as far as New Jersey goes to have that kind of accent. Yeah, I mean, wasn't like you called up there. You and now if you, I had played that first voice message from you, and it said something like Mr. Frodo, we must make it up the side of this mountain and toss the ring into it. I would have died. Yeah, that's just it, Danny Boss. The other thing you could do is there I don't know if Sherwood Forest still exists, but you could get a bunch of like-minded people together. You guys could go and build tree houses and live out there and then just rob rich people as they came by and then you could give it to, the church and to the poor and stuff. I've heard that works over there. So, I I don't know. Crazy, crazy. But it is nice that I can have you guys calling in now. Well, not calling in, but voicing in. And it's cool too because I'm actually getting art done. Well, I guess you can call it art, painting somebody else's models. That's the other thing. I've got to start featuring different people that actually design these models because they put a lot of time in them, and then we're nice enough to put them out for free. I'll tell you what though, if you guys want to talk about accents, why in the name of God, did AVL do that Nigerian accent like 20 times yesterday? Is there like a girl in chat that's flirting with him and is like, oh, you know, when you do that accent, it tickles me, my fancy. Because we know he's a single man. Uh-oh. Did I kill the chat again? Nope. The chat should be up and live again. I really got to figure out that overlay thing. Dear Lord. Yeah, see what I mean? And Danny Boss, your accent is fine the way it is. We actually prefer the British accent because we don't get to hear it a lot over in America. But yeah, Devin, like you noticed it too. Like, I mean, he made use of that thing like it was like every other sentence was like, okay, I'm going to do the Nigerian accent. Like, does it crack him up? Or is there some girl that's just like, oh, it's so cute when you do that? Because we don't know what emails he gets. I don't understand this chain going under him either. I'm thinking he was supposed to have armor or something. All right. That chain is painted now. What do you guys think? How'd he come out? I mean, I'm actually digging the way he looks. I'm not going to lie a little. He looks spiffy. All right. Let's see what Danny sent.
I've got a question about Robin Hood. You know, he robs the rich, right, and he gives it to the poor. So when he robs all the money from the rich and then gives it to the poor, so he's then making the poor rich. So does he then rob Them. How does it work? Does he evenly distribute the wealth around so everyone's fairly poor? Because if he keeps robbing the rich and give it to the poor, he's making the poor rich. So then does he rob them back and then give it to the people he just robbed? I mean, it's just too confusing.
All right, I can actually answer that one. So Robin Hood robs from the rich and gives to the poor, right? The sheriff of Nottingham then taxes the poor and takes the money back. So basically what Robin Hood did, if you eliminate the middleman, was basically give the prince, the evil prince and the sheriff of Nottingham their money back as taxes. Like he just basically he's stealing their money and then giving it back to them. Thanks, Beans. Thank you for the shade and comment. I do think he came out all right. Like I said, I thought I was going to have to do him in a green. Which brings me to, because I'm going to call him good money and done, I think. I think if I work too much more on him, I'm going to end up doing something I regret. Screwing it up. I even like the way the eye finally came out. But the next question is, do I move on and do him? Do I knock him out? Do I save him for another stream? Or do I actually, like, just go ham on him and just get him done now? I mean, we're looking at, it's 11:30 now. I started at 8 o'clock on one. If I start on this one and we say 3 hours in, it'll be like 2 in the morning, 2:30 in the morning by the time we're done. Is anybody even going to want to watch it if I do it? So I see Bina going, do it. You can do it. Yes, you can do it all night long. Fuck it. Oh yeah, before I forget, I also printed this one out. This is another goddamn Pokemon for my daughter. I'm gonna have to base it out and everything, paint it. It's Shaman, I think they call it. It's a hedgehog type Pokemon she wanted. So I've got to do that one at some point too. All right, six is like, fuck it, bro, do it. I'll play some drums. All I'm gonna hear is 6 in the background going, do 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 me. Okay, I'll check the recording in a second. 6 is like thunder, thunder, thunder horse, thunder horse. Alrighty, I'm setting him away, but one last look. Mapinguari. Mapinguari. I think that's it. Mapinguari. Set and done. Alrighty. Let's get rid of this shit. Get a new palette. New palette. Can spin that hole away. That paint can go Hit the trash. All right, before I do that, let me check Danny's audio. Wait a minute, which one is it? Did Danny send an audio or did Bina send an audio? Danny did, or Bina did.
I can answer the Robin Hood question myself. So Robin steals from the rich, gives it to the poor, but the poor don't get that much as the rich have. So that's the mystery solved, brother.
Beans. It's not brother. It's bruv. Bruv. Right, bruv. But that is hysterical. All right, hold on a second. And here's... Oh, now you're just messing. Okay, here it is. This what Bina wanted to hear.
Okay, this one's for Bina. I want to come to the States and marry nice Southern Belle wrestlers alligators. I want to have 2 boys and a girl, and I want to build a house with a nice white picket fence in Alabama.
All right. So that was Danny Boss's Southern accent, which, well. So you need to watch the one where they do the murder mystery on The Office, Danny, if you want to get that one down. Because Andy Bernard on that show says it perfect. He's like, when you're doing a Southern accent, you need to make your draw slow, like you got molasses falling out your mouth. You got to slow it down and put a drawl in there. You guys hear that noise? That's Frack the cat about to fuck my floor up. Give me 1 second. All right, hold on, buddy. Hold on. Oh, you son of a bitch. I got you, buddy. Fucking hairball. Good Lord. Had to hop up fast with them paper towels. Yeah, the voice recordings are great. All right. So, painting number 2. The Kappa. You want to talk about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Before Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, here we are. Bina sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the storm roll away. All right, let's see. Kappa. Kappa is actually folklore. Let's see if we can't bring a picture in there. Creepy as shit. Traditional Japanese folklore. Kappa can become harmful when they are not respected as gods. They are typically depicted as green, human-like beings with webbed hands and feet, and the turtle-like carapaces on their backs. A depression of its head, called its dish, Sara, retains water, and if this is damaged or its liquid is lost either through spilling or drying up, the Kappa is severely weakened. The Kappa are known to favor cucumbers and love to engage in sumo wrestling. They are often accused of assaulting humans in water and removing a mythical organ called the Shikurodama from their victim's anus. I want you to think about that for a minute. I want you to think about this again. Basically, they remove their victim's taint. They are often accused of assaulting humans in water and removing a mythical organ called the Shirikodama from their victim's anus. So basically, these guys might have been Preparation H before Preparation H. The name Kappa is a contradiction of the words Kawa, meaning river, and Wapa, a variant form of Warawa or Warabi, child. So river child. Another translation of Kappa is water sprites. The Kappa are also known regionally by at least 80 other names, and they list them out, and I'm not reading all of them. It is also called Kawawusa, otter, dangame, soft-shelled turtle, and inkle, or monkey, suggesting it outwardly resembles these animals. The name, Kamahiki, or steed puller, alludes to its reputed penchant to drag away horses. Kappa have been known as Kawako in Izumo, where Lafasido Hearn was based, and Gataro was the familiar name of it to folklorist Kunoyo Yanagita. Kappa are said to be roughly humanoid in form and about the size of a child, inhabiting the ponds and rivers of Japan. Clumsy on land, they are at home in the water and thrive during the warm months. They are typically greenish in color, or yellow-blue, and either scaly or slimy skinned, with webbed hands and feet, and a turtle-like carapace on their back. So we're definitely going to want to go green, pretty much the entire shell, maybe the outer ring brown. I know the center of the head's supposed to carry water, so that will be blue. That's the little divot in the head. This one looks way too goddamn friendly. He's smiling and everything. But anyway, inhuman traits include 3 anuses that allow them to pass 3 times as much gas as humans. So this isn't just a humanoid turtle, it's a humanoid farting turtle. Got it. Despite their small stature, they are physically stronger than a grown man. The Kappa are sometimes said to smell like fish, and they can swim like them. I can make so many jokes there, but yeah. According to some accounts, a Kappa's arms are connected to each other through the torso and can slide from one side to the other. While they are primarily water creatures, they do on occasion venture onto land. When they do, the dish on their head can be covered with a metal cap for protection. Behavior. Kappa are usually seen as kami of the water. Their actions range from comparatively minor misdemeanors, such as looking up women's kimonos if they venture too near to water, to outright malevolence, such as drowning people and animals, kidnapping children, raping women, and at times eating human flesh. Though sometimes menacing, they may also behave amicably towards humans. I'll tell you what, that sounds like a hell of a roll of the dice. Either this son of a bitch is going to eat me, or we're going to have a nice conversation about cheese. While younger Kappa are frequently found in family groups, adult Kappa live solitary lives. However, it is common for Kappa to befriend other yokai and sometimes even people. Cucumber. Folk beliefs claim the cucumber is their traditional favorite meal. At festivals, offerings of cucumber are frequently made to the Kappa. Sometimes the Kappa is said to have other favorite foods, such as the Japanese eggplant, soba, which is buckwheat noodles, natto, which is fermented soybeans, or kobocha, which is Japanese pumpkin. In Edo, the original old Tokyo, there used to be a tradition where people would write the names of their family members on cucumbers and send them afloat into the streams to mollify the kappa and prevent the family from coming to harm in the streams. In some regions, it was customary to eat cucumbers before swimming as protection, but in others, it was believed that this act would guarantee an attack. A cucumber-filled sushi roll is known as a kappa maki, as a menace. As water monsters, kappa have been blamed for drownings or are often said to lure people into water and pull them in with their great skill at wrestling. They are sometimes said to take their victims for the purpose of drinking their blood, eating their livers, or gaining power by taking their shirikodama, a mythical ball said to contain the soul, which is located inside the anus. So apparently, your soul in Japanese myth is not contained within the brain, the chest, or anything else. It's just right there in your butthole. Kappa have been used to warn children of the dangers lurking in rivers and lakes, as kappa have been often said to try to lure people to water and pull them in. Even today, sign warnings about kappa appear by bodies of water in some Japanese towns and villages. Kappa are also said to victimize animals, especially horses and cows. The motif of the kappa trying to drown a horse is found all over Japan. Holy shit. That is an actual sign, too. Check this out. Oh no, Kappa got me. I go down. Oh no, it's not Godzilla. Kappa, he takes something out of my butthole. Not just my anal virginity. In many versions, the Kappa is dragged by the horse to the stable where it is most vulnerable, and it is there it is forced to submit a writ of promise not to behave. Defeating the Kappa. It was believed that there were a few means of escape if one was confronted with a Kappa. Kappa are obsessed with politeness, so if a person makes a deep bow, it will return the gesture. This results in the Kappa spilling the water held in the dish on its head, rendering it unable to leave the bowing position until the plate is refilled with water from the river in which it lives. If a person refills it, the Kappa will serve that person for all eternity. A similar weakness of the Kappa involves its arms, which can easily be pulled from its body. And if an arm is detached, the Kappa will perform favors or share knowledge in exchange for its return. Before I read the next line, check out this other picture that they put in here. Do you guys see this? Another method of defeat involves shogi or sumo wrestling. A kappa sometimes challenges a human being to wrestling or engage in other tests of skill. This tendency is easily used to encourage the kappa to spill the water from its sera. One notable example of this method is the folk tale of a farmer who promises his daughter's hand in marriage to a kappa in return for the creature irrigating his land. The farmer's daughter challenges the kappa to submerge several gourds in water. When the kappa fails in its task, it retreats, saving the farmer's daughter from the marriage. Kappa have also been driven away by their aversion to iron, sesame, or ginger. Good deeds. Kappa are not entirely antagonistic to human beings. Once befriended, Kappa may perform any number of tasks for human beings, such as helping farmers irrigate their land. Sometimes they bring fresh fish, which is regarded as a mark of good fortune for the family receiving it. They are also highly knowledgeable about medicine, and legend states that they taught the art of bone setting to human beings. So that's kind of cool that if somebody broke their leg, a magical turtle shows up with 3 anuses and says, "Hey, buddy, let me show you how to fix that." There are also legends that Kappa will save a friendly human from drowning. So they drown people, and then other times they're like, "Nah, you get to live, bud." Regional variations. Along with the Oni and the Tengu, the Kappa is among the best known yokai in Japan. The Kappa is known by various names of the creature vary by region and local folklore. In Shinto, they are often considered to be an avatar of the water deity. Shrines are dedicated to the worship of Kappa as water deity in such places as Aomori Prefecture or Miyagi Prefecture. Mr. Miyagi worshipped the Kappa. That's how that's Miyagi-Do Kung Fu or Miyagi-Do Karate was created through the Kappa, apparently. That's what this is saying. There were also festivals meant to placate the Kappa in order to obtain a good harvest, some of which still take place today. These festivals generally took place during the 2 equinoxes of the year, when the Kappa is said to travel from rivers to the mountains and vice versa. The best known place where it has been claimed Kappa reside is in the Kappabuchi waters of Tono and the Iwate prefecture. Then nearby Jokinji in Tono, there is a Buddhist temple that has Komanyu dog statues with depressions on their heads reminiscent of the water retaining dishes on the Kappa's heads. Said to be dedicated to the Kappa, which according to legend helped extinguish a fire at the temple. The Kappa is also venerated at the Sogenji Buddhist temple in the Asakusa district of Tokyo, where according to tradition, a mummified arm of a Kappa is enshrined within the chapel hall since 1818. And his Tono Monogatari Kunio Yanagita records a number of beliefs from the Tono area about women being accosted and even impregnated by Kappa. Their offspring were said to be repulsive to behold and were generally buried. Cross-culture lore. Similar folklore can be found in Asia and Europe. Like the Japanese description of the beast, in Chinese and in Scandinavian lore, this beast is infamous for kidnapping drowned people as well as horses. The Siyokoi of the Philippine Islands is also known for kidnapping children by the water's edge. A frog-faced Voidianoi is known in Slavic mythology. A green human-like being named Vodnik is widely known in Western Slavic folklore and tales, especially in the Czech Republic or Slovakia. All right, Beans, what the hell is a Vodnik? In German mythology, a similar creature is known as a Wassermann, like Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Oh my God. As a Wassermann, Nix, or Nickel. They have been mentioned in connection with the larger rivers Elbe and Saale in the eastern part of Germany, but they are mostly widely connected to Lusatia? Lucia? I don't know. In southeast Germany. This is not entirely surprising, as the area is not only close to Poland and Czech Republic, but also home to the Slavic minority of the Sorbs. In pop culture, the Kappa is a popular creature of the Japanese folk imagination. Its manifestations cut across genre lines, appearing in folk religion, beliefs, legends, folk tales, and folk metaphors. In Japan, the character Sojojo Shawujin is conventionally depicted as a Kappa, he being a comrade of the magic monkey Sun Wukong in the Chinese story Journey to the West. There was a novella, Kappa centers on a man who got lost and ended up in the land of the Kappa near Mount Holtekadake. The story heavily focuses on the subject of suicide. The author killed himself the year the work was published. Kappas are a recurring image in David Peace's novel Patient X itself, about the life and works. Actually, in the anime show Inuyasha, a Kappa, Sha Gogyo, descendant, or Sha Gogyo's descendant, said to be a descendant of the legendary character from the Journey of the West, and together with Son Goku's descendant, the servant of Choko Yukai, to find a bride. Later sends Hakudashi collecting the heads of other yokai. They track down Hakudashi and Kagura that he didn't their Naraku's incantations and watching his Hakudoshai to peer into the yokai's heads to catch a glimpse of the border of the afterlife. This shit just keeps going. They go into like all kinds of little tiny detail. Yeah, tell me about it. It's not just American education, but like every other word is like a 10-syllable fucking Japanese verse in what I'm reading. It's fucking stupid. Except for of course when I'm fucking up the Slavic stuff, which I should be railing out. But yeah, no. I do better with the Japanese Japanese words. Yeah, well, so Danny, going back to what you were saying about their population decreasing, them releasing the borders and stuff, I don't know about that. I do know it would make sense that their population is probably decreasing because they value work, hard work, over most other things, including religion and everything else, and family. And they literally, you think any of us work hard, just imagine working in some of these Japanese firms where people literally stay at their desks for like 4 days, 6 days, don't get to go home, nothing, shower. They just live in the office. That's crazy. So you're definitely like cutting back your population. All right. So now that I've read that and looking at some of these pictures, like I put this picture down in the lower corner. But I'm thinking I'm really going to go black up top. There we go. Black up top. It looks like a green shell. Green, brown. Oh, wait. There we go. Green shell. Green, brown around the trim. Everything. He's almost frog colored. So that's kind of the color scheme I'm going to go for here, I think. Oh, God. All right. Now that I'm done with legends and lore. Whenever I say legends and lore, it makes me miss my daughter who is out in Portland. Because when she came to visit me, when we finally met for the first time, we sat down and I would tell her stories from my youth, like misspent stories from my youth. And every story I started out, after a certain point, she literally said to me, "So this is your legend and lore?" I said, "Well, yes, it is." And it became legends and lore before I tell a story. And then I would go into a whole diatribe about this person and what happened and the adventures we went on. Farty McEpstein. Well, you're technically not wrong. This one looks like a friendly one, though. I think this is one of the more upstanding Kappas. So we now know We're going to go green-brown on that trim. We are going to go with a brighter green on the shell, a yellow-green on the well, actually a yellow on the belly. We're going to go maybe a sea green on his arms, his legs, his face. I don't see any difference in the beak from the rest of the skin. The hair has to, around the cup, has to remain black, and the cere will have to be blue, like a sky blue almost. That's where I'm at with this. And then, of course, the spear will be brown. We'll do a different brown for the rope holding this on, and this we will paint a gray black variant, I'm going to say, because this looks like it should be a flint spear. Devin, how'd you get censored by YouTube? The stream's at 4 hours. You can pretty much say whatever the fuck you want on it, and I don't think they ban you. I mean, that's the rumor anyway. All right, we're approaching midnight. Time to crack the knuckles and pull some colors. All right, I got this crazy ass light ass green. I think we'll go with that for the skin tone. Maybe the shell. And then we have just plain ass green. I can probably use that somewhere in there. I didn't realize I had so many goddamn greens. Oh, wasabi green. Bright green. What's this? Fresh cut grass. That sounds like a pretty green. Alrighty then. I can't see your last 3 chats in top chat mode. You're right, I can't. Were you talking about anuses and pulling souls through them, or? Can I switch that over? You guys want me to try and see if I can't get rid of this? I just flipped it over to live chat mode. Wow. You guys are yelling back and forth about banning. This is just going nuts. Drill, baby, drill. That's what Melania says to Donald all the time. All right. So we got interesting surface on this. Haha. My favorite, the makeup sponge. Oh, stabbed myself a little. You know what? I need scissors for this. I'll be right back. Well, this ain't good. Went ahead and jagged myself with the damn X-Acto knife. Son of a bitch. Where's... No, I got some of it around here somewhere. What the hell did I do with that? What did I do with that? So little wounds like that won't stop bleeding. Just grab yourself a little Gorilla Glue. Make sure you're cleaning off. Just go ahead and little dab of Gorilla Glue on there. You're good. Okay, let me know when you send it, Danny. You guys are having a good old time tonight. My God. Ah, there we go. Gorilla Glued. We're good. All right, back to the painting. All right, so I am gonna go. Yeah, I am gonna go dark as shit on that shell. Get the heavier spots of. Get that the hell out of there. Heavier spots of the paint off on the shell plates. So when I spread it out, it doesn't. Okay. Oh, that paint did not adhere at all. I just realized this. If the Kappa says, I'll swallow your soul, I'll swallow your soul, does that mean he's just gonna like pull, like toss your salad, basically? Okay. Let me stop that for a second and check and see if Danny Boss sent his thing. The worst thing is cutting yourself wide open doesn't really hurt. Little pinprick cuts suck.
Well, what do you call a sexuality where you're both attracted, so you're attracted to male and female, but they're not attracted to you? Is it called by yourself?
That is a good question. Very good question, sir. Very good question. We may never know the answer. I know Venus suffers from a disease called cavalitis. It's where you see all men and want them to be Henry Cavill. Danny's like, who's got a better joke? No, I got it. I just was like, okay. Devin's got a joke. Devin's always got a joke. Possibly sick. Sick still hasn't sent any messages, which is not unusual. Feels odd painting a turtle shell actually green. It just doesn't feel right for some reason. What do we got going on? Everyone has that one person that they measure up against everyone. If it's Henry Cavill and you're measuring every man by Henry Cavill standards, you're in for a world of disappointment in life. That would be the equivalent of me measuring every woman up against Linda Carter. Just impossible. It's impossible. Even Linda Carter still looks like Linda Carter, and she's like 206 or something now. Well, you had some close call. I'll bet you did. Did you make him wear the cape and the suit too? Actually getting there. Still can't believe you guys use these things dipped in foundation for your face. And then they open their mouth. What didn't you like about that? Their strong opinions, or were they just stupid? Because it's one thing if you have somebody that has strong opinions and you can kind of argue against, but if somebody's stupid, there's nothing to argue against, and you're like, yeah, you're pretty, but I'll be bored in about an hour. Just remember, if they look that good, their teeth can be replaced. Six is back in the chat. Six was halfway across Barstow when the drugs began to take hold, and he heard a voice cry out in terror, "My God, what are these fucking things?" That one spot just does not want to hold the paint correctly. Like I get around the outer outskirts of the shell because I was afraid to dab out that way, but I don't understand why that one spot doesn't want to hold the paint right. It can't be that hard, Bina. Cannot be that hard. I don't, that's, so that is the weird thing, right? Is there a dating app for Trump supporters? Why the hell does it have to be for Trump supporters? Like, what is the deal with dating apps anyway? Somebody's going to have to explain that to me one day because I'll never understand. Because every girl I've ever dated up until I got married, including when I got married, I basically never met them on a dating app or anything like that. I always got to know the person and all that kind of stuff, and shit happened from there. So I don't get this whole dating app life. If they're vaxxed, you don't touch them. Is that real? If they say why, then you get them to fall in love with you and leave you everything in their will because you know they're going to die sooner than you. That's all. Yeah, like that's just it, Bina. Don't you like work in the hospitalities industry for a living? You have to meet tons of people. Or you want to, you're just at work, you're at work. I mean, that's kind of my thing was I was at work, so it's work. Finally getting paint to stick in that one area. Right, so we got that color green. I can eliminate because that's shell green, which means that I'm going to have to come up a notch for the skin itself, which would be this one, which will also give me my highlights on the back. Danny meets him on the street and the gym and the red light district. And one of these days, maybe my buddy David Munn will jump in on one of my live streams. Danny, I'll introduce you to him. Not because he's gay or anything, because he's a like-minded fellow UK citizen, and you guys would get along smashingly, I think. Like, you'd definitely probably hang out and chill, although he is a bit on the emo side at times. But he's really good people. Damn, that color changes not much. Huh. Maybe if I go to, you know what, fuck it. I'll use it as a base. Then I'll tone up from there. And dark, seedy hotels. Right, I go down to the old bloody dock and meet up with the ladies there. Right, bloke, would you like a nanty? It only cost you £1. Old TV shows, when you watch old TV shows, there's always people hanging out in town, passing people on the street. These days, if you do that, everyone thinks you're up to something. Huh. All right, would you guys like to hear a random funny story about one of my friends from online? Actually, it's one of my best friends from online, a guy named Twisted. So, my good buddy Twisted, he has 2 kids, and he calls them the little demons. They're younger. And this is back when they shut down all the schools during COVID. And Twisted and I used to play together online for anywhere from 10 to 18 hours a day, I'd say, at one point. It was when I first quit working Walgreens the first time. And he gets online, and it's a whole group of us. And I won't say either of the kids' names. I'll call one, they're fake names, but I'll call one Donnie. The son is named Donnie. And the daughter's name is, we'll call her Denise. So Twisted says, he gets on and he's pissed and he's like, I'm going to kill these fucking kids. What do you mean you're going to kill your fucking kids? What'd they do this time? He goes, brother, I get on the toilet, I'm taking a shit. And he's like, and I got these things about a week back. Got them off an ad I heard on YouTube on one of the podcasts I listened to. What are they? He's like, you ever heard of Manscaped? I'm like, you're talking about the things, for trimming your nethers, your pubes? Yeah, those things are great. Right? Makes my balls shiny, he says. We're all laughing about that. He goes, so I'm taking a shit. And out of nowhere, he's like, I just opened my eyes. Haven't even had my coffee yet. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Donnie goes running down the hallway screaming, Denise has your ball trimmers. Denise has your ball trimmers. Denise has your ball trimmers. I'm like, holy shit. I didn't wipe or anything. I just pulled my pants up. I go running out of the room. And I go running into the living room. And there she is. Half her head shaved completely bald. She shaved his head with his ball trimmers, and he said, and you know what? Those things definitely work, Gam. I'll tell you that much. Because her head was shiny on one side. One of my favorite stories. Guy really is one of my best friends, too. I can say that. Like Smurf's the other one, and so is David Mon. David Mon's like with me on a lot of my online adventures, but it was fucking hysterical. So anytime for the next 3 weeks that Twisted logged in, I'd go, yo, bro, get the hell out of the lobby. He's like, why? I'd go, Denise has your ball trimmers. Denise has your ball trimmers. Denise has... Shut the fuck up, Cam. I shouldn't have told you that fucking shit. Yeah, it's fucking hysterical. Random GAM story. Random GAM story. Good lord. All right, so Danny says he hasn't found the right one for him yet. He's not being with someone who doesn't have things in common with him. He's just not going to be with someone just for the hell of it. Well, Danny, back in my day, I used to have a saying about myself. I may not be Mr. Right, but I'm Mr. Right now. And yeah, that serves you well for a time. Unless you're seriously looking at settling down, be young for a while and enjoy life. Doesn't have to be just straight to marriage. Like, enjoy life a little bit. Live a little bit of that shit called life. Because if you wait around forever for the right one, you're never going to find it. And in the interim, you're getting lots of practice with the wrong one. No, you should be getting lots of practice with the wrong one. That's just my take on it, though. Yeah, listen to Bina. She's single. She'll tell you. It's going to happen eventually. Like, it happens for all you. I didn't get married till I was 36, Danny. It took a long ass time for me to, like, find the right one and settle down. What do you mean it's not healthy? It is the most healthiest goddamn thing in the world. You quit that. You're not a quitter. The only thing I'd be worried about with being your age and out there in the dating world is this. I kind of like this girl and she's into a lot of the things I'm into. The only problem is we finally got around to it and well, I reached down there and found a tree trunk. Just game over at that point. Game over. Yeah, have that fun while you're young. Get it out of your system. Because then when you settle down into a relationship and the temptation comes up for you to go cheat or something, you're like, nah, I already had my fun. I don't need to cheat. It's the problem with some guys who settle down and get married, or used to, like, guys used to settle down and get married real young. Like, I knew guys are like, oh, like 19, I'm getting married. Like, what? What the fuck's wrong with you? And I think out of all those relationships, I only know of one that actually survived, that made it. Like, they were really that in love and that matched up. And to be honest with you, both of them were fucking weird. And I'm pretty sure the girl cheated at one point on the guy, but he didn't even give a fuck because they've been together so long. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, you do both, though. You can focus on yourself and still have fun. Like, that's why it's called fun. It's not called serious. Like, fun is fun, dude. You don't need to start having children yet. I mean, well, maybe you do. I don't know how old you actually are, but you want to. So you can either do one of two things. You can have your kids young, as long as you have the mental fortitude and the right attitude that of how to raise them and the responsibility. I didn't. Jesus Christ, I did not. Not till I got much, much older did I have the responsibility. Like, I mean, for fuck's sake, I'm sitting on the internet and I'm painting fucking models or 3D prints that I printed out, okay? I am a giant child. So I might not be the one to take advice from, but I'm just saying, if you think like I got to get in a rat race and have kids now and all this, you don't own a house, you don't have, and not that you have to own a house, but it definitely fucking helps. Financial stability absolutely helps. Goes a little easier. And yeah, Devin's got it in one. Don't take the advice of some asshole on the internet who's telling you shit. I'm just like making jokes and having fun here. Do what feels right to you. Always do what is best for you always. Your dad had you at 31. Yeah, I think my parents were in like their late 20s. I just know my youth was fun. I got in trouble sometimes, dodged some bullets, but I always had fun. And I always try to live my life without regret because I don't want to look back and regret the things that I hadn't done. It was easier for me to regret some of the shit I had done. But that's just me. Sorry, I got one friend, his parents didn't have him till they were in their 50s. His closest sibling to him was 31. My one buddy used to just call him the cocktail baby. Yeah, but you know what, Beans? That's just it. I look at myself, I say, well, I'm pushing 50, right? Like I am. I'm seriously close to 50. Next year I'll be 50. And I I'm old in some ways, in other ways I don't feel that old. It's really more a state of mind at what age you are. Some stuff I'm like an old man with, other stuff I'm just like, yeah, fuck it, let it roll like I'm like 18 again. Well, yeah, I mean, that's just it. You got divorced and, I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry shit didn't work out, but hopefully you put your wedding ring on your pinky finger so you can say that I put my wedding ring on the wrong finger because I married the wrong goddamn man. That's all. Yeah, I ain't never getting divorced. I said till death do us part, and I meant that shit. Only way I'm getting divorced is if my wife tells me, hey, I fucking hate you and I never like you. Then I'd still try and fix it, but I'm in for the long haul. I don't want to put anybody through my shit or up with my shit, and I don't want to put up with anybody else's shit at this point in my life, other than my wife's. Oh, God. All right. I'm going over that skin with a different green. Oh, you're a cocktail baby, too? Six is like, that's why I can bang the drums, because all of a sudden I heard this thumping on my head, and I was like, what the fuck is this? This was before I was born. Yeah, you know what, Beans? I'm like that with my wife. I'm a great friend. Pretty shitty husband. I don't mean to be. It's just reality of it. You can be good people and bad at a job. Turns out I was actually a pretty alright parent, but that husband thing I kind of fail at a lot. We both say that. I'm honest. That's one of the things why I think my wife loves me that much is because I'm honest. I recognize my faults. I try to correct my faults too. I just don't. Some faults you can't change because they're just built into you, who you are at your core. It's the same way my wife gets questionable if I'm talking to females. I don't blame her. She knows who I was. I may not be that way anymore, but doesn't give her any less paranoia. No matter what I say. That's just life sometimes. Oh, and six, the way I knew is because that's how I got the soft spot on my head when I was a baby, too. My birth was a bit messy. I was the wrong way around. My umbilical cord was around my neck. The doctor had to turn me around. So, did he turn you right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, right round? Hey, I mean, there's a lot of things in this life I have accepted. Neither of my parents actually ever loved me my entire life. That's one thing. One of the only people who I ever really, really can say I loved is my wife. And like still love to this day. But yeah, that's some truth. Like it's all good. You just gotta come to terms with the shit in your life and push forward and just accept things for what they are. And if you're not cool with it, you got to figure a way to either rectify it within yourself or become cool with it. What makes you sad? Beans. Which part of it? My parents never loving me? My wife saying I'm a bad husband or me knowing I'm a bad husband? Like what? I'm fucking honest to a fault sometimes. It's okay. Oh no, don't be sad about that shit. I mean, do you see me becoming a serial killer or fucking, I can be a little nutty at times, but not fucking batshit crazy nutty, you know? I mean, the fact of the matter is they were all about themselves and what they wanted and all that stuff. My mother did the best she could. She didn't know what the fuck she was doing. She really didn't. My mother's like pretty much a retard. I mean that in a nice way. But, like, it's fine. They did the best they could. My dad was never really around. That's fine. Went off. They got divorced. He got remarried, had two kids, and just moved on with a new family. So he didn't really look back. He covered my medical and paid for the house I lived in as a child and all that. He sent the money part of it, just not the emotional part of it. Even now, he doesn't really send the emotional part of it. That's fine. That's He doesn't have it within himself. You can't force somebody to have something that they don't have. Dude, that's fucking tragic. She dropped you off at your grandma's when you were 5 months old. Holy shit. And then well, you know what? At least it kind of had a happy ending, I guess, because she picked you up, in your teen years. Like that the story could have ended with I never saw her again. Like it could have been worse, I guess. Not saying it was good, and I'm sorry that happened to you. definitely some shit. But that's what I mean. Like, not everybody is suited to be a parent. I definitely wasn't suited to be a parent until, like I told the story last, or, I don't know, it was last stream or the stream before about Frack. Frack's the first time that my parental instincts ever kicked in, where I saw like his little life was more important than mine. Like, very narcissistic. I still have narcissistic tendencies. I just try to shake them off now and get past them, or realize I'm being a narcissist and get away with it, because I have nothing to be narcissistic about. Like, I don't. That was a bygone era with a different person. I'm a different, like, there's shit at your core that you can never change. This is something I've realized. You're always going to be who you are at your core, because in your soul, in your mind, however you want to say it, you know who you are. You can't escape that person. You either need to learn to come to terms with it and move forward and better yourself, or you need to just give up. Give up completely on everything. You're never going to get better. You're never going to be, this, that, or the other. But you always got to see things for the truth, if not with everybody around you, at least within yourself. Oh God, you ran away? But yeah, that's the other thing. The one person in childhood and up through the ages and all that, and I have a sister. My sister and I aren't really close, but we experienced what each other experienced, and we both can appreciate it. And we still have discussions today where it's like, yeah, this is fucked, that's fucked. The one person that loved me unconditionally and she's still alive, and God bless her, and she is one of the most religious people I've ever met, is my grandmother. She's never missed a birthday. She's never missed anything in my life, really, that was very important. She's always been there. That woman, like, if she doesn't get into heaven, everybody's fucked. Yeah, 6. You know what I mean? Like, the whole thing is, you feel like that should be your best friend, right? Because you went through all this shit together. But reality is, they can't, like, you had to survive your way, and they had to survive their way. And you just kind of went through it together. But because you were so focused on surviving, there's a bond of, yes, we made it through this shit together, but there's also not the bond that should be there, so to speak. I saw like, Venus sitting there singing that song, but my God, just think of the hairdos on it. Fucking flock of seagulls. It's fucked up. I mean, I can legit say my parents didn't love me, but at least they didn't, like, beat the ever loving Christ out of me every day of my life. I knew people like that. Why don't they make music like that anymore, Danny? Because The 80s were its own thing. They really were. I want to know why they don't make music like the 70s anymore. Like Led Zeppelin. Zeppelin has to be my favorite rock and roll band of all time. The closest I can find nowadays to anything Zeppelin like is oh god, what the fuck is their name? Greta Van Fleet. I mean, there are some bands that like Polyphia is one of them, where I hear their music and I'm just impressed by like the guitar playing on it. Dude, Molly Ringwald is hot. Knock it off, Devin. Just knock it off now. She was so back in the day. She got much hotter when she was like in her mid-30s. The other part of it too, Danny, is you're not going to have singers and stuff like that nowadays because of auto tune and the way they do shit in the studios. Auto tune definitely destroyed a good chunk of the music industry, in my opinion. And it's not like that's kind of a new thing. Like there's this group called Candlebox back in the day, and when they came out, I loved the hell out of the first album and thought it was great and everything else. And then watched them play live, and I was like, my God, they're a studio band. These guys were literally just everything was cleaned up in a fucking studio. Like the singer sucked ass. It was like you want to be Sebastian Bach, motherfucker. Yeah, Devin, I'll be honest with you. You would not be Molly Ringwald. You would be Ali Sheedy from The Breakfast Club. That's a good call. I could definitely see you with that kind of personality. Yeah, see, like Six is probably better at telling you what music is good nowadays. Because after a point, I'd literally stop with newer music. I really did. It doesn't have, in the immortal words of Bob Seger, today's music ain't got that same soul. Like, actually, it's funny because I think it was Kid Rock who said it. He said, if they market it right, you'll buy it. If it sounds good, you'll listen to it. But if it's real, you'll feel it. Something like this. And he wasn't wrong. Like, whatever quote he made, it was not wrong. Yeah, see, like that's just it, sick. I can't say all modern music. Like I can't do an encompassing statement, say everything they put out nowadays is just dog shit. Because you get stuff like Playing God by Polyphia, um, some of the Dragon Force songs that have come out are not bad. One of my buddies actually turned me on to Five Finger Death Punch, stuff like this. Greta Van Fleet was definitely a surprise. I thought they found like some old Zeppelin songs when I first heard Highway Tune. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, Zeppelin put out another out. Like they found more songs because I've never heard these before. And I was like, oh shit, it's Greta Van Fleet. Who the fuck is this? Um, Then you got like the pop rock songs. Some of them are fun. Like, God damn it. Why can't I remember the name of the fucking group? They got one song, it goes, I think the name of the song is Way Down Below. It's a female singer. Whoa, whoa, heaven knows we belong way down below. That song's not bad. That group isn't bad. Like at all. And I can't remember the name of the fucking group. Yeah, Highway, like, the only problem with that song though, Sick, they like played it to death. It was like, oh man, this is a great song. And then all of a sudden I'm watching like a movie and all of a sudden Highway Tune kicks in. And I'm like, what? Like, oh shit. You guys are going to beat this fucking song to death, aren't you? Like, way to wreck a good thing, man. Yeah, what the hell is the name of that? The name of that group is going to drive me nuts now. Pretty Reckless, yes. Yes, yes, yes. And I know the girl singer was like, I don't know, she was like an actress beforehand or something. But yeah, they're actually, I was surprised. Like, they're catchy, poppy, got a good hook to their music, and a lot of fun to listen to. They're just fun. They're not like serious. And one of the people that actually surprised me as I got older, that I was like, wow, this motherfucker's music is amazing. And when I was a kid, I used to make fun of my parents for listening to it, is John Denver. Turns out John Denver is the real guy. Like that dude is just badass. And then for metal, I think one of the ones that I actually really enjoyed when they came out was Avenged Sevenfold. That's one of the they're kind of more modern nowadays. Well, they're older nowadays, but when they first came out, it was like pretty cool. Beast in the Harlot, Backcountry. They had some good songs. Almost Easy. Dude, Country Road by John Denver. Like, it just, you can't find a more, the song's almost goddamn perfect. Same thing with Leaving on a Jet Plane. Leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. You gotta love it. But no, Country Road, like, all you gotta do is sing a little bit of that song, and an entire crowd will start singing Country Roads at the same, like, all together. Doesn't matter what color, doesn't matter what religion. Like, I think that might be the cure to everybody hating each other is Country Road by John Denver. Like, all it takes is one person to just start up and just be like, almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain, Shenandoah River. It's over. Everybody just loses it, like, starts singing all together. Just what the fuck? Yeah, it really is. It's like that is the actual American national anthem. Because how many of you, when I started doing that shit, started to sing the fucking song? Shenandoah River, life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, blowing back the breeze. Country road, take me home to the place I belong. Oh, look at that. Proud to be an American. I had to hear it every day when I was in grade school. That one kind of sticks with you a little bit. Um, Another one that, yep, see, being is like I sang it. Yep, out of nowhere, you're just like, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road. It's just, that song is fucking unreal. People that don't even like each other will just stop an argument and start singing it together. I don't know if I like this green in there. It's too glowy. In shadow, it looks all right. As long as I don't lay this in heavy, I think it'll look great as a undershell. Like a separator between shell and skin. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I really do think John Denver touched on something that was just otherworldly in a way. Like, before you learned English, what other songs did you know? Like, what other songs did you learn? Yep, Journey, Don't Stop Believing. I could see that. Won't even attempt to sing that one. Got to be a certain type to be able to sing Journey, Don't Stop Believing. What are we thinking so far, guys? Needs a lot of work. A lot of work, this one. I'm not liking that. Let's just correct the hell out of this. Where that sits. Sugar Man. Oh, Michael Jackson. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh no, it needs a lot of dimension beans. The layering. I'm going to go over it again, just like I did with the other one. I'm going back to dark on top of the light on top of the dark. I'm just going to thin out the very dark, so this way it kind of lets the light through. That's the best way I can put it. And I still got to do the outer rim on the shell. Matter of fact, let's see if I can't equalize this a little bit. Nope, that's the wrong dark. This is the right dark. Keep forgetting, no, he's got a spear in his fucking hand too. I gotta paint. Alright, here we go. Let's see if this does what I want it to do. Looks like it is. It'll be interesting to see what this looks like when it dries. See if I'm getting the effect I want out of the going dark to light to dark again. I think that's a little too loaded there. See if I can't pull paint out of the brush a little bit more. I got to be careful with how much wet paint I load the brush up with. I don't want to overkill it. Tell you another one that's super talented. And I swear to God, there's certain like artists that you say to somebody like, do you think this guy's amazing, or you think his music's shit or whatever? And there's certain artists where they're like, I don't really like that artist, but this song kills it or that song kills it. But there's like maybe two artists that everybody's like, yeah, there's definitely a song by that artist I like. And I swear to God, those two artists are Billy Joel and Tom Petty. Like a Tom Petty song comes on in a bar, everybody can kind of cheer along with it. A Billy Joel song comes on, everybody can sing to it. A lot of Journey songs are like that too. People are like, they know it. All right. I think that's better layered, better colored. What do you guys think? fuck? Oh, there we go. See, and then that's the other part. You say somebody like Billy Joel or Tom Petty, it's like, well, which version? So Uptown Girl is 80s Joel. You got stuff like The Stranger or um, Piano Man, that's more 70s Joel. And then you go up and you're just like, yeah, or I go to extremes, or we didn't start the fire. 90s Joel. You've got, oh God, what was it? River of Dreams, that entire album. That's like, I think that was 2000s Joel, wasn't it? Wasn't that 2000s Billy Joel? I just know that the one song on River of Dreams, when my daughter was here visiting, I actually sang that shit to her. Because I was like, this song actually reminds me of you. And it was Angel, or, Lullaby. I'm sure I'm waiting for Devin to start weighing in here and throwing out some of those badass bands. I know she's got like a bunch of them that she'll just go, oh yeah, you forgot this one, idiot. Devin's pretty good with music. Like, it was funny because I think it was Danny who said to us, oh yeah, Beatles songs, name 40 of them or something like that. And we just started firing off everything we could think of. Six jumped in, Devin was jumped in with me. I was just like, oh yeah, rock and roll this shit. And it wasn't until the end we started naming shit like Yellow Submarine and stuff like this. Aerosmith was great in the 70s. And then they went away. They just kind of shit it out. And then actually it was funny because Run DMC was like one of the hottest things going at the time. And they did that collaboration with them for Walk This Way. And it brought Aerosmith back into the mainstream and sunk fucking Run DMC. Greatest shit ever. I also think it's fucked up that some of the greatest rappers and rap groups, like the biggest money makers, are all white guys. Beastie Boys. Beastie Boys was definitely one of them. Eminem. Believe it or not, Vanilla Ice, I think Ice Ice Baby has sold more copies of it than a lot of shit. I kind of miss the gangster rap days too. Like old school gangster rap. Like Straight Outta Compton, Easy Does It. And they just don't sing them like that anymore. I know God damn it. I know I told this story to Devin. I don't know if I told you guys this story. Did I tell you about yeah, actually, I think I told this story before on stream about the kid in the Walgreens. And he goes, I love this song, and starts going, bitches don't ride like that anymore. Yeah, they don't ride like that anymore. Yeah, I think gangster rap started getting diluted when Coolio came out. And not to say he didn't have some good songs, but I do think he kind of diluted the whole feeling of it. I like one or two songs by Jay-Z, but that's like, and I know this is going to be a sin for me to say this, and people are going to be pissed at me. I never really got into Biggie or Tupac, either of them. Never thought they were like anything amazing. Like, I know certain people are like, that's the greatest shit ever. And I'm like, it was okay. I remember when Snoop came out and Doggy Style, his first album came out. We must have played that shit like, I swear the laser wore a hole in the CD. Yeah, all right, there you go. That is a good comparison right there, Sick. That is a good call on that. Pirates of the Caribbean 1 versus Pirates of the Caribbean. You know what pissed me off in Pirates of the Caribbean 3 more than anything else? They killed the Kraken off screen. Like, how the fuck do you do that? That I wanted to see that battle. I still got a kick out of at the RNC when they were playing Get Low and like people are singing it and I'm just like, do you know what skeet 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 means? Like you guys are sitting there skeet skeet skeet. Yep, this is definitely like a Kamala pick right here. God damn it. Yeah, I would love to play music if I didn't think it would like just get the whole goddamn stream ripped right down. I thought about doing it where I do karaoke versions, but I don't know if they'd nail me out for it. All right, Danny, you better take your ass to bed. It's got to be 7 in the morning. Get some rest, brother. Thank you again for hanging out as long as you did, and definitely like becoming part of the show. That's just it, guys. Maybe someday somebody will find these lives rewatch them, and be like, what the fuck was this guy even talking about? Like, this is madness of a crazy person. Trying to paint without blowing out any lines or over painting the breakouts too much. I kind of got quiet because I'm concentrating. Holy shit. Still fucking 5 people like chilling out and just watching this. Alien's gonna be pissed at me because I'm cutting into his time slot, I think. Yeah, that's just it. I want to understand something there. How is it they say America has gotten more racist, but have we just like, has it just become more divisional because that's what the government did to us by telling us that we had to be divided by race? That we should look at each other like, I owe you something? Like, I don't understand. I understand that there's always scumbags out there, but I don't get the whole, it was all because of race. Huh. I think he's actually kind of coming together a bit. That brown across that shell is definitely helping. Well, I mean, oh God, I might have to denoise my mic. I think one of the cats just went into a box somewhere. Let me hit the noise just in case. Just in case. Didn't want the nuclear storm caught on audio. God damn. Yeah, I mean, one of the things, so music should be something that brings everybody together, not push division. Um, I can't say religion because religions have always had fights between them. I try and remember what else always like we could all sit down and do. Very good movies. You could be in a darkened theater with a whole bunch of strangers. Like, I just remember when I was a kid and everybody enjoyed it. Didn't matter. Wasn't getting the saturation from the paint like I should be. I don't know what it is. Taylor Swift has been a thing for a while, and I could never get into her goddamn music. Maybe it's just not made for me. Like, I think the only song that even felt like a little bit catchy to me was Shake It Off. Everything else was just kind of eh. Oh, thank God I don't have to paint 3 anuses on this thing. Hmm. Yeah, I think he's starting to get there. What do you guys think? See, I don't know what's up with that. Why the hell aren't you focusing? Stupid camera. Got that nice transition ring. Dude, I don't. Which episode was a Taylor Swift episode on It's Always Sunny? How long ago? I thought I saw every damn episode of that show. Good God. 6-hour stream. That's insanity. I mean, if we're going to go with old school girl bands, just give me back the Bangles. They had some fun music. All right, so now I got to ask you, Sick, because you brought it up. It's your fault. What do you think the best episode of It's Always Sunny was or is? Mine, I gotta say, is Who Pooped the Bed. That episode always has me in tears every time I watch it. No, I haven't seen. I don't think I've seen that episode. Yeah, the best episode. I mean, that it's either that one or the wedding, where Dennis is supposed to marry the. Oh God, what the fuck are they called? The one chick that ends up, transitioning to a cat and then falling out of a window and dying later on. Sick is He's 56. What are you talking about, Beans? You didn't know this? Ponderosas. No, that's not their. It's not Ponderosas, is it? I thought it was the mix somethings. Yeah, the lady episode is hilarious. Now I'm trying to remember now. It's going to drive me nuts. What the hell their last name is? Mix somethings. And they're based on like a real family in Philly too, by the way. McPoyle, that's it. Now, the other, let's see. So, yeah, I'm going to say Who Pooped the Bed is the best episode or my favorite episode. It's all subjective, I guess. It's all personalized there. But I'm going to say Who Pooped the Bed. And then the other one where I think the gang takes advantage of the gas shortage or something like that. And they load up the van and like through the whole episode they're tormenting the one guy and then Charlie's in the back and they're like supposed to be like the A team and Charlie's supposed to be howling Mad Murdoch and all of a sudden Max like stomping on the or no Dennis is stomping on the brake and he's like I can't stop what's going on and Charlie's just like I cut the brakes wild card bitches woohoo and jumps out the back of the van and they blow up. And then I know they pulled that gag in a different episode where they're all in a van again and like Charlie does the same thing. And like when he does it, then it's like, I'm just kidding. I kind of figured he was going to cut the brakes, so I fixed him. And like they just drive off and leave Charlie behind. And he's like, huh. Yeah, it's always Sunny in Philly is definitely like it's a hysterical show. To me, it's even more hysterical because growing up just outside Philly, I knew people like that. Like they're not joking. If you ever saw I want to say it's called The Gang Wins the Big Game or something like that, and it's the one where the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and each of them did like their little ritual so that the team would win. And they were like, if I don't do this, then this won't happen or whatever. And I know people that actually do little rituals like that for Eagles games. Like that's some real shit. Right. Get out the other browns to make that look more woody. That part's kind of good. Yeah, and that's just it. That's one of the. Another one is, have you guys ever watched What We Do in the Shadows? Show is ridiculously funny. All right, so opinion time, guys. should I switch this brown out and go lighter or keep it dark? I'm kind of digging the dark on it. Might actually multi-tier it out with the shell. All right, what colors do I need? Still need sky blue for the head. I'm going to need black for that, black for the eyes. I got the yellow out for the damn nails. Thank you. Freddie McEpstein he's looking all right, I think. Definitely starting to come together. Have to clean up all those little overblows on those toes. What a pain in the ass. Yo, Bina, here's the thing. I don't think you made him uncomfortable, but I will tell you this much. Sick knows different things, and he doesn't have to be super old to know them. Like, for example, I keep mentioning this guy, and I really wish he would get in one of the live stream chats or whatever, but my buddy David, he's like 21 years old, and because I've told him to watch things all the time we've been playing different video games together, he can, like, he'll tell you stuff and you'll be like, oh shit, really? One of the beauties of streaming and having COVID hit was that everybody, delved into different stuff. I don't think Six really wants all his shit out there. God damn it. Those fingertips are going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, and I also don't see you as somebody who gets their feelings hurt real easy, sick. Goddamn 3 in his turtle monster. Oh, these fucking nails. Alright, I gotta fix those hands. Gotta fix that bass. That's all about that bass, not that treble. Oh no, sick. We don't know how old you are, bro. But if it's anything like me, you're old enough to know better and young enough not to care. Damn. Those nails are rough. Uh-oh. Being a sent a voice recording. Let's see what we got. Wait, Bina didn't send a voice recording. Sick sent a voice recording.
I am 97 years old. Thank you very much.
I believe he said he was 97 years old. And that's the other thing. Something we didn't know about Sick. He may be a decent drummer, but it turns out he's actually a better bassist named Les Claypool in real life. Say, baby, you want to get down with me? Say, baby, you want to get down by my side? Say, baby. Primus had one of the great songs, Kamala's Big Brown Beaver. Kamala had a big brown beaver and she'd throw it up in the air. And I really do love this beaver here, and I wish I did have a pair. My name is Mud. Mud. I was always partial to, when I grow up, I want to be one of the fishermen of the sea. Now, what is it? When I grow up, I want to be one of the harvesters of the sea. I'll live until my days are done. I want to be a fisherman. Jeez. Back into these goddamn nails. Oh. Goddamn spear tip. That's all got to get cleaned up. That's got to get cleaned up. Go back into the brand and fix this real fast. What the fuck? How the hell did that happen? Oh, you've never heard John the Fisherman? Yeah, it's a great song. It's just like Jerry was a race car driver. Good old Mean Beans. Dear Lord. All right. It's the one thing. These sons of bitches. Every picture I'm seeing of the Kappa, their eyes are just simply black. Oh, yeah. Primus is a very fun band. They're just, that's all it is. It's just fun. Yeah, have you heard any of the songs we just listed off, Beans, at all? I mean, if you haven't, it's fine. But Les Claypool has always said, what's his name from Rush, from the band Rush, is the greatest bass player of all time. And the bass player from Rush has always said that Les Claypool is Geddy Lee, that's his name, said Geddy Lee is the greatest of all time. And Geddy Lee always says it's Les Claypool is the greatest of all time. But yeah, Les Claypool is crazy. Like, crazy good, too. Whole band is pretty damn good. They've got a lot of songs in their catalog. But some of their earlier stuff was like Jerry Was a Race Car Driver, and I think it's Thomas the Cat. Here They Come. The Bastards Are Coming Now. That's another one. John the Fisherman. Winona's Big Brown Beaver. Yeah, he's very good. So was what's his name? God, dude from Metallica, the latest one. Trulio, I think his name is. Jason Newsted was pretty good, but Geddy Lee is like classic greatness. So is Les Claypool. They're just two of the best at the game. Hmm. You know what, I think I'm gonna go with the linen color here. Yeah, you know what's fucked up? There's only a couple songs by Rush I really like, but you gotta appreciate their musical talent. I gotta stop squirting out so much paint. I'm being wasteful. Yeah. Let's see. I think I will go. Let me see. Do I have a slate gray? Steel gray. That's close. pale gray. Pretty close. Barnwood. Not close. Mossy Meadow. No, I don't need a gray green. Looks like you're it, buddy. Making a mess with paint. Too much paint out again. Hate it when I go quiet like that, but May go to a little darker gray in the center of that. Oh God. Hate it when they pour out like that. I didn't even squeeze the bottle. It's just like, here I am. The hell? Give him that slate tip spear. Although I do feel like I should do this to the edge, and I'm going to. Shit. And sell what things? These little models? Looks like we got a transition there from one side to the other. Definitely looks like sharpened stone now. Yeah, but who'd, like, I'm not going to lie. The one I did, and I still think it might, well, I think I've shown off the Wendigo and the sandworm, Mongolian deathworm, rather. I think you could, but how long it takes me to paint them. Like, I mean, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. So 3 hours each. And I don't know too many people that would actually buy them, you know? Very small market on these. Now, if I could just mass produce them fast, that'd be a different story. Just trying to decide because now I'm at the hair and the shit. I need to get in there with that green again. And I'm gonna have to hit the nails too. They're a little sloppy. Yeah, but then again, how much? Like, okay, you can make bank on Etsy, but you got to look at like time and what's put into them. There's a reason why I make them for like the wife and the kids and stuff like that. Because every paint job's going to be unique. Everything's going to be a little different. Like maybe next time I would do this thing where it has gray here and then a brown for the undertone. I don't know. So it's the problem is that since it's always going to be different, it's hard to market them. All right, now for its head and its eyes. I mean, I'm not arguing with you here, Beans. I think you're probably right. I probably could. Damn, I don't even know who's still watching. Anyway, you think it would make them more valuable, but then they'd see the asshole who painted them, and they'd be like, "Oh, yeah, those things are worthless." I know that asshole. That dude slept with my daughter 20 years ago. Some shit like this. Like, oh no. Oh, all right. We're definitely going sky blue up top. because that's the only thing that makes sense in this little bowl. And I mean, I'm not knocking myself either, but if I was a better artist, then maybe. Like, I don't know. That's part of why I think I should only give these things. It's the same thing with the damn streams. I'm sure there is ways that I could market this. I could put hashtags in there. I could do all kinds of shit to try and get this stream monetized, curb my language and all. But reality is, I said this before. I don't want it to be a grift. I want it to be a labor of love. I want it to be fun. I, you know, um, and I'm not knocking anybody that does it for a living or is trying to do it for a living. Hey, that's your prerogative. I just know what I want to get out of it, and the reason why um, is because I think I would be inauthentic then. I think something would shift. Like I don't know. I think if I had a whole bunch of people watching me, I'd probably get kicked off YouTube, like in a heartbeat. I think if I had a whole bunch of people like super chatting me and all that, I might want to placate them instead of just being authentic. And I don't know how to be inauthentic. If every artist said that, there wouldn't be any art GAM. Well, I don't know about that. I think some of the most famous graffiti artists in the world nobody knows who they actually are. And I'm not trying to even put myself in a class like that. I'm just saying, that's my argument there. Some people like to be anonymous with their stuff. Look, Sick Six is a nasty ass drummer. You don't know what his face looks like. He doesn't want you to know what his face looks like. That's cool. That means he's playing them drums for the love of the game, and that's probably why you like watching him. Is because you're enjoying his drumming. You don't need to see his face, any of that shit. Oh shit! What just happened? Um, yeah. What? What the fuck just happened? I had to reload my damn stream on my tablet. I've lost like my entire chat where I can see it. Get out of there. Dog acting up. Poor puppers. Yes, plus think of this, Beans. I'm painting stuff like this. Who's to say that, you know, let's say a whole ton of people want to buy this shit and start watching the channel, all this kind of stuff, right? The truth is, I wouldn't be able to have as tight a conversation with you guys, for one. And really, more of my point was to show people that you could take. Let me see if one of these paint bottles has a. I don't think they have a price on it, but I think they're like $1.19. But you take one of these bottles of paint, you know, X amount of whatever it costs for the resin, the printer. But even if not, even if you order the print yourself from a site, because there are sites where you can give them the model and they'll print it out and ship it to you. But maybe it's some kid who's starting out and showing them how to do it cheap and that you can actually get some shit out of it, you know? It's more educational, I guess. Even though I'm uneducated when it comes to this shit. Yeah, I think it was something to do with the chat on my end. Beans just crapped out for some reason. I mean, I'm actually shocked nothing has just bit the farm yet, because I've been gone for what, hours? Yeah, and if chat does blow up like that, you know what's going to happen, Beans? Immediately you're going to be made a moderator. I think I'm going to hit his face with a little more green. Then I'm going to pull out one of those very nice paint brushes so I can get into the eyes. But I'm thinking about going with a red in the eye, not a black. No, well, I'm not threatening it. But if ever shit got out of hand, you're definitely somebody I trust to hand those keys to lock doors and kick people. Like, I'll never forget, who was it? Was it Medi? Was that it? Somebody got in a big ass argument in the Discord with Danny Boss, and like Mister didn't know what to do, so he just like silenced Danny Boss for a while, and it was like, what did you do? Like, and he's like, I didn't know what to do. Beans, if it came to a point where this channel got monetized and I needed moderators, I would pay each mod 10%. And that's only because YouTube would hit me with a 1099, which means a third of whatever came in overall would go directly to taxes. And then YouTube would take its cut, and then there wouldn't be much left over anyway. So 10% would be pretty fair. But I wouldn't make anybody ever work for me for free. That's some bullshit. Not unless they really, really wanted to, like, always fear those that want that power. Especially the power to silence and kick others and ban them. This is a tiny, tiny brush. Very tiny. And it's blurry as shit because the damn autofocus isn't working on the camera for some reason. Well, that's pretty awesome. But yeah, that's just it. Like, I never planned on this shit to blow up. I really didn't. And I never planned on trying to make it blow up either. Otherwise, like I said, I don't even put descriptions in. I just label the video and I'm done. All right. Actually, no. I am going to just stick with red. I don't know. I think the eyes came out all right. Maybe give them a black dot in the center or something. Actually, I think I'll go black around them and then red in the center. I think that is the way. Yeah, thank you. I had to switch over the greens because it just didn't feel right. See, it's rough because the one eye looks, they're not symmetrical. Hopefully now I can adjust that red in the pupil. Right, and that's what I'm talking about, Bina. When he like muted them, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck did you do that for? And then you're just like, look, as a moderator, people argue. You got to let them argue, let them settle it. Otherwise, they never will. And then he finally unmuted Danny, and like the two of them argued for another like I don't know 2 days. I swear to God, it was. And then they both just came to a stalemate. Like they didn't even. It was just like, okay, guys, just let the shit go. Like in both of them, the way they were arguing, it's like you're never going to make the other one see the other's point. Tighten up that green around his mouth, and I think we might be good. What do you mean a thing, though? What do you mean by that? Like not a female, not a male? I mean, I don't know. I can tell you this much, Six. My take on it was either they obviously female, but I think exaggerated a bit about a lot, and that's the nicest way I will put that. Yes. Yeah, that was the one thing that did come with that was a whole shit ton of drama for no reason. It was like, what the fuck? What is going on? But I'll be honest with you, through that, because of that, I gained a shit ton of respect because I had just gotten Discord, I think, like a week before. It gave me a shit ton more respect for Beans, which I already kind of had, but really got after that. And same thing for Danny because of the way they were trying to handle things. Like, I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt when I'm first talking to them or meeting them or what have you. And then it was just like everything was some kind of story of superior drama or about wealth or about you don't see it like I see it, and you have to see it my way, otherwise I don't win the argument. Like, I don't know. It was just weird. And you're not going to hear me knock Mister, but I think with him, he doesn't handle drama well, is the best way I can put it. Like, I think he lives a very drama-free life. He doesn't want it online, and I don't fucking blame him. Because I don't really want that drama either. Beans, I've always respected you since you were originally just a mod and I just saw you twice a week. Before I really got to know you, you still do. Why do you think people in that chat room always like shout you out on ABL? Because as a moderator, you were always part of it. Like Sheree's like that now. God bless Sheree. She took over for you and she's like the next Beans, but everybody respected if you said something or somebody got shitty with you, everybody kind of fucking jumped on them. And there's a reason for that. The Kanye song, you mean, it's taking money? I can't even sing like that. Holy shit. Sounds awful. What guy had a thing for you? By the way, guys, I think we are good money. I think we knocked the Kappa out. Hello, friend. I come to rip your soul from your anus. But yeah, the Kappa. I think that's good money done. All right, guys, give me 1 minute. I gotta walk this poor puppy. He's been good for 6 hours. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Had to go out, take the pup out. Peed for like a good minute. He's a good boy, though. Oh, yeah. He's been holding her for like 6 hours or something. And he was like a little fire hydrant just popped. Oh, I don't know what to call her and what the name of that song is, but I'll say she ain't messing with no broke, no broke. Yeah. Is that how you saw it? You saw it as a gold digger? Yeah, I don't know if I saw the gold digger part. I just saw the fucking huge amount of drama part. Like that's all I saw. Jesus Christ, creaky ass shit. I would not choose to share D pics people send and talk about my breast complaints, you know? What? What breast complaints? I don't remember breast complaints. Breast implants. Wait, who the hell was talking about breast implants? I don't ever remember a conversation like that. Well, the D pics, I don't remember sharing D pics either. I just remember one pic and I said, "Is this picture touched up?" And the response was no. And I looked at it and I was like, "So you didn't use a filter or anything?" No. I'm like, "You put a fucking Snapchat filter on. Nobody's face is that fucking like, and unless you're made of plastic, that's the only way it's shiny and pulled that tight. Like even plastic surgery doesn't look like that shit. It's clearly a filter. You have fucked up." But yeah, like I said, I don't like falseness, and I think I messaged probably Bina first and said, "Yeah, this bitch is lying. Like this person is lying through their teeth." She was only talking about that because I asked both of you if guys actually sent you guys that kind of shit, and you said no, and she said yes. But yeah, I mean, because I know guys that's all they do is they go in the chat rooms and stuff, and they're just trying to pick up girls in the chat room, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, really? It's a chat room. Like, that's just fucking weird. Yeah, all this. Well, that was part of it. Like, she was showing off like different sports cars and talking about how all her cars have NOS, and she met Machine Gun Kelly and all this stuff. But then she posted the picture where she met Machine Gun Kelly, and it was the same person except for they looked like they were 45, and in the other picture they looked like they were 25, and it was like, yo, like either that other picture is the daughter you were talking about, or yeah, like it's the same person, but they've definitely, that one's a very old pic and one's a very new pic. But the best was, and I don't even think Mister makes jokes all the time. We've all come to expect him to make his jokes. And she said something in ABL's chat where he was talking about, in some of these stores and stuff, they kidnap people and all this. And she started talking about how she almost got kidnapped and had to tell the store manager because these two guys tried to kidnap her or something. And Mr. busted in and was just yes, well, good thing that store manager had like a special set of skills or some shit like this. And I died. I died laughing. And she was so insulted, she didn't talk for the rest of the chat and just disappeared. And hops in the chat and everything else now and again, but I don't really even fucking see her anymore. Like, and it's like, okay, well, that's good. But yeah, there's definitely some weird dudes coming in and out of that chat every now and again. Like I said, Shaquille Oatmeal, I broke his balls the other night, and he was actually very cool about it. And then he was just chill for the rest of the night. I'm probably not going to break his balls all that much anymore because he's calmed down. And that's one of those things we need. Like, some people hop in like that. I don't know who that one dude is that's hopping in now. I can't even remember his handle. But he drops in and like he was talking shit the one time, and ABL legit just stopped everything he was doing and called him the fuck out. And I thought that was hilarious. Hilarious. He's like, I dare you to call in. Did he block you or did you block him? That's the question. Who blocked who there? Because I see everything he says. Let me do this with these. Where the hell's my mouse? Wow, I can't believe he blocked you. That is the question. Got like pallets everywhere. I'm gonna have to clean this desk up tomorrow. So Sunday I was gonna go on at 7, I think, but maybe I will just stick to 8 and make it shorter. Um, I think the next one, it's printing now. We'll see how it comes out. I printed one already, but it's going to be Tuxedo Sam from the Hello Kitty line. My wife wanted one of those because I made her a Karopi not long ago. Yeah, you can't really lose sleep over anybody getting pissed on this shit. Well, guys, it's 2:35 in the fucking AM. It might be later for you guys. I'm not sure. But yeah, we got them both done. the Mapinguari. And the Kappa. I do like how the water came out on top, though. Yeah, well, I mean, we're all happy we met you too, you know? Danny, like, I've met a lot of very, very cool people in that chat room. And I'm sure there'll be more. Steve Kerfuffle, wherever he is, shout out to him. Same thing for Sheree. She might have actually been floating in the background just listening. She does that. She's very cool, though. I think I'm going to call this a stream. And I'll be back on Sunday. But hope you guys had fun. Seems like we did. Definitely gonna have to do the voicemail thing or voice message thing again. That really was cool. I'm thinking about setting up. I think I had a Discord server. I'll have to set up a different one for just this shit and get people in who want to do messages. Yeah, Steve's an awesome dude. I really do enjoy a lot of the jokes we share in there and stuff like that. He's definitely one of the more fun people. Good God, all these greens. Somebody's going to say, you need more green? Hell no, I don't need more green. I got grays all over the place, blacks, and a white or two. Get this paint up. I need to add more paint things and all that. No. Sick is definitely awesome. He's quiet, but man, when he comes in, it's like a shotgun. Devin's the same way. She's very quiet too, and then out of nowhere, it's just like 1-2 punch, and then disappears back into the darkness and eats her popcorn. But, all right, guys, I'm winding it down. Thank you all for watching. Thank you. And I mean, like I said, I hope everybody had fun. And I'll be on Sunday again. Nah, you can't be humbled by me, dude. I'm just your average asshole. Like, I'm just who I am. And that's what I like about everybody. You guys are all just who you are, and it's cool. So, I'll say good night to you guys. Thank you again. Anybody who watched, anybody who took the time to watch, chat, send voice messages, interacted, and just was here. And until Sunday, I'll say good night. And just remember, don't take shit from anybody. Good night.